We're going to go ahead and get started. Good morning. At this time, do I hear a motion to approve consent calendar?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor, please address by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. Dr. O'Connor, instruction, Dr. Cristobal O'Connor. Sorry, mine didn't pop up either, Dr. O'Connor.
Thank you. There are no visitors this morning. Yeah. Thanks, Nancy.
Oh, there are visitors?
Oh, all of you.
No visitors.
The first item after appearance of visitors, since we don't have any, is reading progress for elementary. And I would turn it over to Dr. Royster to begin that portion of our agenda.
Good morning. Thank you, Dr. O'Connor. You're going to hear this morning from Mr. McCoy. This is the first in a two-part series talking about our reading progress. We broke it out because there's a good bit of information in it. We broke it out by elementary and secondary. So today you'll hear a progress report on elementary, and our anticipation is that next month we'll present at the Committee of the Whole reading progress information from the secondary level. As you know, our goal is to annually increase the percentage of K-5 students reading on grade level as defined by Fonnes and Pinnell, FastBridge, MAP, and other district measures. And today Jeff's going to talk with you about the way in which we're going about that and a report on our progress in attaining those goals. Mr. McCoy.
Thank you, Dr. Royster. As Dr. Royster said, we're going to cover elementary today. So to kind of give you a progress report of where we are going forward. Obviously, we don't have this year's test scores as far as coming up in May that we are looking forward to seeing. But we're going to report on where our progress is based on those indicators Dr. Royster mentioned just a second ago, which are in our strategic plan that he kind of already touched on our performance goal 5, which is the one we're focused on for this presentation. Specifically, these two strategies 1 and 2, which really broken down to the basic is talking about the Tier 1 core instruction that we deliver to students, and then how do we respond to students who are struggling or maybe not meeting our goals. And so that's the strategy 2, where we're talking about targeted reading intervention. So before we dive into reading, because there's been a lot of talk around this around the state and within Greenville counties, and we haven't done this for you for a while, and I'm not sure we actually have done ourselves for the new standards. We wanted to kind of give you the whole picture of what a classroom looks like, let's say, in kindergarten for the entire year. And so what you're seeing on the screen here is the total number of standards and indicators a teacher is responsible for each grade level. You've heard Dr. Royster talk about before, and Jason McCreary, about the incredible amount of standards a teacher has to cover. You've heard teachers talk about that there's more content to cover than there is physically time during the day. And so while this is a reading presentation focused on the ELA and reading, they also have to cover, obviously, the standards in all content areas because they are responsible for all content areas. I don't know unless you've gone out and looked at the current new standards that were adopted several years ago. They do look a little bit differently. That's not a mistake in math column there. Math only has standards. They don't have indicators. So each content area looks a little different. Don't ask me why. For how they organize it around the state. But I gave you a couple of examples of what that looks like. So for ELA Standard 10, which is a second grade standard here, you can see what that standard looks like with those 6 indicators. Now, all of us, without having a lot of knowledge about ELA or second grade, can probably read through those and pretty much surmise that that's going to take more than a day to teach that content there. ELA is recursive in the sense that we don't hit a standard and move on and the kids never see it again. That is woven out. ELA is recursive in nature, so they're going to have practice on these types of things. For example, use meanings of individual words to predict the meaning of compound words. They're going to be using that throughout the year and really throughout their grade levels. So these are recursive. If you look at the vertical standards, you see very similar words in the same standards in some cases as you move up through the grade levels. So math, as I said, does not have indicators. So again, you can see this is a math standard 5MDA.1. Again, anyone who's been in a classroom, converting measurements with a single system of measurement, customary, etc. there, from larger to smaller unit and smaller to a larger unit, knows that's not going to be covered in one day and mastered by students. So that's going to be a unit that they're going to participate in with hands-on activities. So science, very similar. Standards and indicators, you can see the complication of those standards even in first grade. And the indicators, the performance indicators of what the kids should be able to do once they've mastered that standard. And then finally, social studies. Now that's a big standard for fourth grade. Again, if you look at that standard, there's some higher level strategies in there, comparing and contrasting, summarizing, and obviously those things spread over into ELA as well. But again, that would be a unit. So some of these standards, you may have a 2-week unit on one standard, or you may cover multiple standards in a unit. It just depends on the length and the complexity of those standards. So as we talk about that and keeping that in context of everything else teachers are doing as far as standards go, the balanced literacy model that we have up there on the board, you've seen this before. The orange up there is really what we focused on the last several years. We have not, if you'll recall, last year was really the first year writing was reported and tested. So while we have been teaching skills leading up to writing, last year was really our heavier emphasis on the writing portion. And that will be a heavier emphasis for us moving forward as well. You may recall that for writing on the test, the students are doing text-dependent analysis, which is a little more complicated writing piece. They're reading and responding. It's not simply write a narrative paragraph about such and such. That takes a lot of skills for students, and so we really start that early in kindergarten, first and second grade, and building up those skills for the students to be able to perform on that text-dependent analysis on the test. So, as I mentioned, this is, in the past, Balanced Literacy is our Core 1 instruction program. You all recognize the MTSS framework that we have here, our triangle, if you will, that's on the side. And Tier 1 is where we're going to focus first, which is the balanced literacy. Then we're going to move into what we're doing for kids who maybe are not being successful in the Tier 1 instruction. So one of the big things we did several years ago when I first came in as associate, when we sat down with our teachers and we sat down with our specialists in our academics department and really said, what's working well with our balanced literacy initiative? As you know, it had been in place for maybe 5 or 6 years, stretching back to the late 2000s. And so we kind of went through a process of identifying what wasn't working and how do we remedy what wasn't working. And one of those biggest areas was professional development. Had a lot of new teachers coming in that had never had the training. And it's intensive. If you've gone through the training, that first year of training, they went through hours and hours of training. So new teachers coming in is difficult to catch them up. On top of everything brand new first-year teacher has to do. And so we try to space that out so it's not as overwhelming for them. I put the Berea Elementary School team up here because I spent some time last week at Berea Elementary, really delving in their classrooms, got to work with a lot of kids in the early classrooms around literacy, and so I've kind of featured them in here because they really have kind of taken off with some of the tools that we're using with the balanced literacy and have done a really great job in there. So looking first at leadership teams, this starts with leadership. If the leadership of the school doesn't know what balanced literacy looks like or what reading looks like and where children are progressing, then they're going to struggle with having those higher numbers of students being successful. And so with school leadership teams, we did several things. We did focus on 4 areas. We focused on environment. Do leadership teams know what an environment looks like that supports literacy? So what should that classroom look like when you walk into it if it's supportive of literacy? Looking at word study, so phonics and word study, particularly that emphasis on the early grades, and you all know we use FastBridge, and we'll talk about those results. We use FastBridge as that identifier as far as where kids are with their phonemics and word study in the kindergarten, first grade particularly. And then benchmarking, we use Font-Spinel. So what does that look like? How can administrators really identify if teachers are doing that with fidelity? So what does that benchmarking look like? What should they be looking for as administrators? And then reading workshop, we've talked about reading workshop before and broke that down. Reading workshop is probably the most complicated part of balanced literacy because it has multiple components. That's the one that teachers struggle with the most. And so we spent some time really working with administrators on what does that look like when you walk in the classroom. If they're in a guided reading group, that's where they should be. But you know what should be happening in that guided reading group. What should it look like? What should it sound like? What should it feel like in that group when you're observing? And so being able to give feedback to teachers to make sure that's high quality. And so that's just an example of the professional development. They met after our instructional coach meetings. So we did our instructional coach principal meetings, and then after that they met either AM or PM. They met on a topic around balanced literacy, particularly focused on the leadership level. So again, what principals need to know and what leadership teams need to know. So for our teachers, again on here, and I was fortunate to spend several hours with the first grade team, and a little bit of kindergarten too. First grade team at Berea Elementary School, and so I spent time in all 4 of the 5 teachers' classrooms. I believe one was absent that day. So 4 of the 5 classrooms I worked in there with students. They were all in different groups working on some things, and so getting able to see what the teachers were doing with balanced literacy. Now this is a very a high quality professional learning community at that school, so they plan together. And so I was able to see evidence in every classroom I walked into of that planning. They were all doing slightly different activities around word study, but they all did a word study lesson with the students, and then the kids broke up and actually practiced what they were supposed to be working on. So you can see the kids working in the groups there at Berea. So for teachers, this is just some of the workshops we offered for teachers. We had, one of the things we learned when we talked to teachers, they wanted workshops that were closer to home, and so we spread those out across the district. For kindergarten, I kind of color-coded these as far as how they go together, but language and word study series in grades K1 and 2-3 really worked around reading workshop. Again, a very difficult part of balanced literacy, and so working with teachers to build those unit plans to make it a little bit easier for them. Kindergarten word study and first grade word study, we purchased word study kits for them that I will talk about a little bit later. That was another one of the feedback we got when we went out and talked to teachers about some of the resources they felt like they needed to really implement balanced literacy at a high level. And so we purchased those kits for them, and of course we wanted to make sure they knew how to use them. So we trained teachers on that, or train the trainers. In some cases, schools sent ICs or assistant principals or whoever to come be trained, and went back and trained the other teachers. And then the primary benchmarking and intermediate benchmarking. Fontes and Bunnell changed a little bit how they do benchmarking 2 years ago, so we did have to purchase upgraded conversion kits for our teachers, and as a result of that, there was some training that had to go along with that to reteach them how to benchmark. That's something we're always working with teachers on, benchmarking. It's hard sometimes benchmarking your own kids, but there's benefits to that because then you know where those kids are, and you can better intervene for them. And so we always are trying to help refine that process of benchmarking with our students, with our teachers rather. And so you can see the focus there was not only how to administer it, but how to code it and score it as well. So one of the things we did this past year is Christy Jennings. So many of you may know Christy. She's our K-5 academic specialist for literacy. She's really our balanced literacy person in the district who goes around working with schools. She teamed up with Jake Gambrell and AJ Wittenberg. We were trying to figure out how do we meet the millennial generation. We know that it's a little bit of a different generation as far as sometimes getting them to professional development is difficult. And so they don't learn the traditional ways that we all learned as far as face-to-face necessarily. And so we started rolling out some other options for our younger teachers maybe that come in. And this actually vlog is really for teachers of all ages and all experience. But what they did was come together, and Christy and Jake team up, and they post regularly, at least weekly, sometimes more, on this vlog where teachers can pop in real quick, see what's going on in a model balanced literacy classroom. Not every teacher could go to AJ and look at it in person. And so this is a way to bring the classroom into every classroom, if you will, model classroom. And so you can see the goals up there. I think we've met those goals this year, but really was to allow teachers to watch and listen. You're going to see a lot. If you go to this website or this vlog, you're going to see a lot of videos, so you can actually see what balanced literacy looks like in those classrooms with Jake. Jake is one of our master teachers in balanced literacy. And then encourage teachers to reflect on their own classroom practices. They are looking and seeing things, looking at how they do things. The idea is that we did kindergarten this year. The idea is that next year we'd focus on first grade and then second grade and so on and so forth as we go through the year. And so this is just some of the topics. Jake started out the year, Jake and Christy, with really what does the classroom look like that's set up to support literacy. And so we did training sessions like that as well with the teachers and the administrative team. But then Jake actually did a video on what his classroom looks like as far as supportive of literacy. And you can see all the way down various topics. This is just a smattering of topics. There's a ton more on there if you want to peruse those. Just as some examples here, you can kind of see the text. It's both text, pictures, and videos. So in that kind of middle picture up there at the top, Again, interactive reading lab and creating labels. Why is it important to have things labeled in the classroom for early learners or for early readers, particularly in kindergarten and first grade? And so Jake shares a lot of his lesson plans. He shares a lot of his stuff that he's creating in balanced literacy as model resources for balanced literacy. And so then reading interventionists. We did this year also do some intensive work around our reading interventionists in our schools. We purchased last year LLI kits, which we talked about last year in the board meeting. The LLI ties directly to Fontes and Pinnell, and so the vocabulary is the same. So that connection is very close. And so to kick that off, we did a 2-day summer workshop. So how do you effectively implement that Tier 2 instruction with our LLI kits? Again, for those kids who are not getting the core instruction or they're behind, how do you remediate? And then monthly training sessions we did on several of those topics there that you can see up there. So really focused on what are those high yield strategies in the classroom that will help your students. Also focusing on, again, just a reminder, that intervention is not meant to be a forever and done deal. It should be kids coming in intervention, the intervention's working, and then we're moving the kids back out of intervention back into core instruction. And so if a kid's going through 6 weeks of intervention and the strategy's not working, then we need to change the strategy. And so we're training the interventionists on how do we do that? How do you progress monitor the kids to make sure we're not getting kids stuck in intervention that's not working for them. And so with all that professional development, all that surrounds our teachers ultimately. From the principal, assistant principal, from leadership teams supporting and observing, to the instructional coach, literacy specialist, reading interventionist on how they support our teachers in our classroom. And those three folks there, the literacy specialist and literacy coach, the instructional coach and the literacy specialist, they really are the ones that support the teachers at a high level. They help coach them, they help work with them around the data, and then our reading interventionists are ones that work with students specifically in the classroom. So you can see we had over 80 individual district sessions devoted just to elementary literacy alone. And then we also have 12 partner schools every year that we identify, that we go in, our team, and work with pretty heavily. That might be monthly sessions we do at the school. That might be working through planning periods. However, the school kind of organizes that. But that's kind of an intensive, a school's reached out, says we need some help in this area. And so we can identify up to 12 of those a year that we work with. Usually that's 1 year. Sometimes it can stretch over into multiple years. And so some of the resources we talked about, just so you can kind of see what we've done over the last really 3 years, is just the resources to support balanced literacy. All of these coming from our advisory committee of principals or teachers that suggest what they really feel like they need to implement balanced literacy at a high level. And so I won't go through every single one of those. The word study kits was something we implemented this year. That's been received very well. We've got some great feedback from the teachers on those. And really what that does for them is just structure some of those lessons, those phonics lessons for them. It's a little more structured where they're not having to go out and find their own resources. It's already kind of put together, packaged for them. The moving into intervention. So again, what do we do with kids that don't progress on track like we need them to? And so that's our Tier 2, Tier 3 intervention. I'll remind you, as I do with MTSS, all the presentations we do with MTSS, is that bottom part there with classroom teachers, regardless of what tier you're in, that student is still the responsibility of the teacher. And so if we don't have that connection between intervention and the core instruction of the classroom, those kids aren't going to progress at the as fast a level as they could. So looking at what we do for those students that may be struggling, primarily they're identified first through our 2 main assessments, which is FastBridge and our Fontes and Pinnell. And so, FastBridge works in K in first grade. Second grade is optional. They can choose to do FastBridge in second grade. Schools can. We have several schools that do. And then Fontes and Pinnell is our grades K5 through 5th grade that we identify. So based on how a student would score there, they would go into one of 2 places. They would be, and if they're in our regular ed program, they would be in a pull-out. So they would be pulled out of the classroom, and they would be worked with each day, typically in groups of 3 to 5, depending upon the severity of the needs of the students. They utilize, as we already talked about, the Fontes and Pinnell kits. So they're using that to actually intervene with the students. And they are now, as of this year, tracking those interventions. That's part of our strategic plan piece now. But they are now tracking those interventions so that we can look and see what the most effective interventions are there. And then we also have a separate program in elementary, K5, it's for early reading intervention. So special education implemented, that's the other bucket. So students who identify special education that need additional support. They have Spire, the curriculum we rolled out this year. Ms. Hogan and her team is looking now at whether Spire will replace some of these other items you see on that list down there. They've done a really great job of identifying the needs of special education. Spire has some very promising results and from some feedback from teachers as well. And so we'll be looking and evaluating those items underneath Spire to see if maybe some Spire can replace some of those other areas. But basically it's a curriculum for SPED to help students get back on track. So the Fast Bridge, I think Ms. Wells asked last time or recently about cohort data, and that is something we look at all the time is the cohort data because we actually want to track the kids, how they perform throughout their cohorts. As you know, in South Carolina, that gets a little difficult in South Carolina because they've changed tests a lot. And unfortunately, same with Fast Bridge, there was a switch from Ames Web to Fast Bridge, and so that's why you only see 2 years up here. You see 17-18 and 18-19. Because we only had 2 years worth of data with the same test that we could identify. Obviously, this year we will also have, next year we'll have 19-20, so we'll have 3 years and we'll keep adding. We don't anticipate, unless the state forces us through some change, we don't anticipate changing off of Fast Bridge because our teachers get some really valuable data from that. So looking at that graph, if you look, the green is what you want to see. I highlighted the green for us to be able to see what the green looks like as far as kids going down. So in high risk, for example, we went from in kindergarten, we had 1,300 kids that were considered high risk in kindergarten. In first grade, it's 1,097 students. So a drop in students, which is what we want to see. Same for some risk. We want to see that some risk category dropping from kindergarten to first grade. And then in the low risk, obviously, you want to see that category increasing. Now, low risk doesn't sound great, but that's how Fast Bridge identifies the 3 categories. There is no exceeds expectations and all that. So that's the 3 categories. So you want your kids to be in that low risk area. That basically means they're low risk of falling behind or in the reading instruction. So again, we are striving to, obviously we want to see even bigger drops in those over the years. And so we're looking at that data constantly to see how do we continue to drop those. You all know, this is not new, that K-5, that's going to change from year to year because sometimes we get a group of K-5 kids that 60% of the class know their letters or some portion of letters, and sometimes we get a K-5 class where 20% of the kids know their letters. And so sometimes that span of where we have to catch them up is greater than other years. And so that first grade year is always going to be, that kindergarten year is always going to be a little bit variable. It's going to look very different year to year. The important part is that we want to see is that decrease. So we want to see that graph decrease in the high risk and some risk in first grade. So you all have seen this before. The Fontes and Bunnell, this is what our teachers use as far as where kids should fall. It is a guide. Every school district would interpret this a little bit differently, but it is a guide when we've done ours based on the research that's out there and across school districts. This is how kids progress through the levels. One thing I will point out to you, if you all look at first grade, because in a second the data you're going to see is going to, some of you may question the jump in first grade, but if you look at first grade, notice how many levels they have in first grade. You see, for example, in September, D is letter D that they would progress through. There's only October they're on letter E, and then 2 months in F. If you look down further, in third grade, for example, they're really only covering 4 levels, whereas in first grade, they're covering 6 levels. And so first grade, they're going to move through the levels a little bit faster because there's only 1 month in some cases where they're on a level. And so I'm just pointing that out now because the data is going to show that in a second. And so by the end of year, these are our end of year expectations with Fontes and Bunnell's as we progress monitor, where we would identify students. Now the state, for the summer reading camp as of right now, they actually identify the third graders back to level L, which if you look on the chart, level L is actually a second grade letter. And so that would be that 1 year's difference. So that's where the significantly below would be for the state. We don't go that aggressively. We would identify below grade level in that first September category there as far as at the end of the year. If they're still on level M, for example, in third grade, we would consider them to be below grade level, and we need to do some intensive intervention, inviting to summer camps, all that kind of stuff. Approaches grade level expectations, they are behind, but we would not consider them significantly behind based on how quickly students can move through those levels. And then obviously the meets grade level expectations there is really only, it looks like a lot of levels, but it's really only 2 levels, the U and the V in the 5th grade or the O and the P in the 3rd grade. And so this is what it looks like as far as, again, progress monitoring. So our mid-year, this again, that's what I'll emphasize, this is mid-year, so this is November, December, they take these tests in the winter. And so you can see where our students currently are, or was, I should say, back before Christmas. We're 60% of 5K. We're on track as far as meeting or above, with 40%, again, below, where we would say either some sort of intervention is going to be taking place in there. I will point out to you that will come important later. That learning to read, reading to learn, we've talked about that. That's really based on level. The JKL levels is really where kids start getting into comprehension, which really starts in grades 2. And so really that sometime in grade 2 they're hitting that JKL level. And so that's really where the comprehension kicks in, where we start in the kids not only do they have to read the words on the pages, they actually now also are reading, have to comprehend what they're reading on the page. And so that's a little shift, and it gets a little bit harder for students. You'll see trend-wise across the country, ours follows the same kind of trend as the country does. It kind of drops off as you go up to the grade levels, and people kind of say, well, if a kid can read, why is it decreasing as far as number of kids? And again, it's because it's focused on that comprehension and the complexity of comprehension as the kids move up in grade levels. So they can still read the words on the page, they just can't, the comprehension gets more difficult as they move up. This is a little busy graph, so I'm going to break this down for you, but this is what we look at. This is one of the things we see on here. The bottom is the levels of the Fontes Pinel, and this kind of gives you a good color code graphical representation. For example, third grade's yellow, so you can see where our third graders across the district fall in third grade. I'm going to use this next slide because it helps a little bit more identify this. So at the bottom here on this slide, I've got MNOP. MNOP is the actual Fontes Pinel levels for third grade. That's where we want the third graders to fall. This is mid-year data again, keep in mind. If it was end-of-year data, we'd want them to be more at the O and P level, but it's mid-year data, so we want them in that range of MNOP. You can see even at mid-year, which is very promising, but in mid-year, again, December, you see a large group of students here that were actually in O and P, which is a little bit ahead of where technically we would expect them to be mid-year. And obviously you can see that we've got third graders reading on a fourth grade level and a fifth grade level and a little bit in the sixth and seventh grade level. Conversely, you've got the opposite. If you go down, I circled the yellow for you. I couldn't circle all the way down because it got a little bit too small. But as you go down, those are the third graders we would be concerned about because they're not on grade level. Now the ones that are going to be at this end of the bar graph, really from F and below, those students, or maybe even a little higher up in that, those are typically going to be our ELL students. In some cases, our kids with students with disability, but a larger majority of those are actually ELL students. So they don't speak the language yet, so obviously they're not reading in English yet. They may or may not be reading in Spanish yet in some cases, but they're not reading for sure in English yet. So those kids typically will move pretty quickly through the levels once they start going. And so you can see again, end of year summer cutoff is that line right there. So L and below is where the state would identify the students who need to go to summer reading camp. That's at the end of year though. So again, you may say, well, we've got a lot of kids sitting in those circles up there. Actually, we have a lot less than we did last year, which we're very proud of. We have much less kids in that category this time this year than they were last year. And so we expect these to decrease. However, these are the kids we're identifying right now. Those are the kids that are starting to get letters for summer camp to say, hey, you're maybe in danger of being below grade level, and so we would invite you to attend the summer camp this summer. So I'm going to break out the yellow here, if you will. The yellow for third grade, I'm breaking out on this next slide, and this is what it looks like just with a third grade. I know that graph last slide was a little busy. This is just that third grade pulled out. And you can see it kind of follows a normal bell curve, which we would expect to a degree. And I put at the bottom the K5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those are the levels that correspond with Fontes and Pinel. So for K5, those are A through D letter levels. And again, you've got about just under 100, maybe 80 students in that category that are in the kindergarten, but technically should be in third grade reading level. And again, a lot of those students are either going to be students with disabilities, or they're going to be students that are ELL students learning the language. And so you can see all that from top to bottom. And again, this is mid-year. And so we've talked, I don't know if we've ever talked about this before. I've alluded to it, and I've neglected in the past to show you a graphic, and I felt like maybe it was time to show a graphic on this. Many of you may not have seen this graphic before, but all of us, when we were back in school, no matter when you went to school, The essential components of reading has not changed, and so you may not have identified them as these 5 components, but this is what the folks would identify as these are the essential components of reading that kids have to know. And so what I put up here was the 2 things that really could be tested on SC Ready. And so when SC Ready is being tested, these are the 2 areas really that it's focused on. A standardized test is not going to be able to do fluency, phonemic awareness, and phonics because you need to hear a child. You need to hear the fluency. You need to see the letter corrections or the word corrections as the student's reading. So there's really no way to test some of those things unless you're doing a specialized test. FastBridge does some of those things, but many of that is face-to-face, one-on-one with a child or a small group. And so those 2 things really, when SC Ready pulls out their scores, that's what they're looking at as far as the reading piece goes. And so as we kind of translate to SC Ready, how does that translate to SC Ready? Because sometimes it seems like it's way off. And it's really not way off when you look at the House South Carolina's test, and Jason can certainly speak a little bit more to this as well with the SC Ready test. We do have 49% overall of our students in grades 3 through 8 are meets expectations or exceeds. So that meets and exceeds category, 49%, which doesn't sound, initially that doesn't sound great. You would want obviously a much higher number than that. However, when you look at that, we are ranked in 3rd grade, we are ranked number 7th in the state as far as our test scores go for ELA. Ranked number 9th in 4th grade, 11th in 5th grade, 15th, so on and so forth. Again, comprehension gets more difficult. That trend follows like it does around the state and the country. It gets more difficult. And now we are certainly focused on, though, and we know the strategic plan goal and Dr. Royster's goal for us is to be in the top 10. Now, we are technically in the top 10 for ELA. That overall rank, we are in the top 10 for ELA for grades 3 through 8 for the tested grades. However, obviously, we would love to see us in the top 10 for all content area, all subject levels, all grade levels on this chart. So we are certainly focused in on what do we do in 5th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade to increase those, to lower those ranks. So we're going to be in the top 10 for everything. Just for your information, this is the top 10 school districts and where they rank as far as test scores go. So you can kind of see, again, Fort Mill's at the top there, York 4, Fort Mill as number 1. They've got 66% of their students are scoring meets or exceeds expectations, and then ending with Greenville County Schools there as a number 10. So again, you can see that really the bulk, there's only 6 districts in the state that's scoring above the 50% range when it comes to students on that test. Again, that goes to why we put a lot more of our emphasis on the FastBridge, the Fontes of Pinnell, those early reading strategies where we're putting our emphasis, because we know that's going to translate, number 1, into test scores. If the students can read and comprehend, that's actually going to translate into the test scores here, obviously. But that data we get from those tests is more actionable and more valuable to us than what is on the ELA test. And you all know that. That's true for any standardized test. By the time you give it and get the results back, those kids are gone. So it does not impact those kids anymore. So you want the data that's actually actionable right now in there. So that, again, just for your information on that. Dr. McCreary and I have had a lot of conversations about why that is, as far as, again, across the state, you would expect that, I would have expected if a district's in the top 10 that you'd have higher than 50% performing, but that goes, again, goes back to the test, and us still in the state questioning what that means when it says college and career ready. Does that mean every child should be meets and exceeds in 3rd grades if we're saying they're college and career ready? And so some of that's still a little ambiguous with the state as far as what the test is supposed to measure in there. So obviously, though, this has come up from last year. I believe we were 12th or 13th last year in that, so we did increase the rank last year. I think we, if I remember correctly from Dr. Royster's presentation yesterday, we were 4% increase in meets and exceeds expectations overall, 2% overall increase in ELA last year, and 2% in a district this size is significant. It's obviously, we want to be higher than that. And from the data that we're seeing coming out, hopefully we'll have even better news to report to you in May once those test scores come back, because the results we're seeing on FastBridge and Fontes of Pinnell are very promising as far as more of our students are on the grade level for reading in kindergarten, 1st grade, and 2nd grade. And I believe a lot of that is the hard work of our teachers who have really embraced the resources and the new training that we've rolled out to them and are a little bit more intentional now and understand a little bit better how to instruct in reading, and we're seeing some results of that from our students. And I think now we're open to questions.
Thank you. Mr. Meek?
first. Thank you. Jeff, the scores that for the mid-year,
Yes, sir.
how soon do we receive those from when I guess the tests are taken or whatever?
Yeah, so technically the teachers receive those immediately. The mid-year for Fontes and Bunnell and the mid-year for Fastbridge, they get pretty quickly, almost immediately. Fontes and Bunnell immediately, as soon as that test is done. Oops, sorry, broke the microphone. As soon as that test is done, as soon as the kid's done with the test, that teacher knows what that kid has scored. We at the district level, that has to be entered in. That's not reported by a system, so to speak, so the teachers have to enter that in. And they have a 2-week window or 2-month window for that testing for Fontes Bunnell. So we are a little behind in getting that. Typically in January is when we get that data for the winter.
What does a typical teacher do as quick as she gets those results? If
So-
they are in that lower category.
Yeah, so the Fontes Bunnell, once they get those Fontes Bunnell results, and a teacher can technically give a kid a test in Fontes Bunnell anytime. If they think that child's moved levels, I can give a test tomorrow and see if you are moved a level and then reassign guided reading groups at that point in time. A lot of that regrouping is going to happen once they get the test scores back, seeing where kids have moved, and so they need to be moved into different groups. And then it also would impact possibly the intervention as well. And so working with the interventionist, if that kid's in intervention, and how do we realign intervention based on the new scores that have come back.
So the teachers are still allowed to group them wherever they feel like they need to be.
Yes, that's all going to be based on a level because the guided reading groups are based on the levels the students are reading at. But yes, a teacher technically, if those groups are in September and they're going through September and you for some reason seem to be like excelling out of that group, I can certainly give you another test. I test you quickly in Fontes Bunnell again and then change your reading group based on that.
Well, I have heard teachers say that within the first couple of weeks of teaching a student, they will know whether they're going to be successful that year or not. Is that true?
Shouldn't be.
I would not necessarily say that. I have maybe a different philosophy of teaching. I certainly knew within the first few weeks of school where my kids were and where they fell, and there were some more challenged than others. I guess I take a little bit more of a growth mindset that I believe every child can succeed. And so even those kids that were maybe at the lowest level, that was just more of a challenge to me to get them to where they needed to be at the end of the year.
Have we ever considered those teachers, those students that we feel, or teachers feel that are in danger of not making it on through that grade level, pulling those aside and putting them in special classes so they can be tutored a little more than the regular classroom?
So that would be really what the intervention model would be set out to do. Those students would be, if they're identified, and a teacher certainly couldn't identify. We typically put kids in intervention based on the test scores, but certainly if a teacher feels like the child's way behind, they could give a Fontes Bunnell, realign that Fontes Bunnell benchmark. In the fall, they're using those benchmarks from the spring. So certainly there's possibility that kids have regressed significantly over the summer in some cases. So a teacher could work that out with the principal and the interventionist to pull that kid into intervention groups. But that's really what intervention is meant to be. It's meant to be a pull-out program to give that child more intensive tutoring using the LLI kits.
Within the Title I schools, do they have more resources to do the intervention?
They do. So typically your Title I schools are going to have they can have up to sometimes 4 and 5 interventionists for ELA, sometimes math, but the bulk of those is in ELA. But yes, almost every school, Dr. McDavid could give us a better rundown of that, but almost every Title I school has additional interventionists they're paying for out of Title I.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Morrison Fair? And then Mr. Sutton.
I really don't know where to start. It amazes me that we're in the top 10, but we are comparing ourselves to schools with 3,000 students. 26,000 is the next highest number. So what types of strategies do we use? Because if 3,000 kids, you can almost put them in a couple buses and take them home and make sure that they're successful.
Yes.
What kind of strategies do we use with our numbers to even remain in the top 10?
So you're talking about kind of the economy of scale there, when you're talking about 3,000 kids versus 76,000 kids on there. So I think for us, and certainly I think probably the best who could give a lot more insight into that at some point, if you were interested, is Dr. McDavid, who came from one of those districts that still remains in the top 3 there. Yes, smaller district. But a lot of those strategies, I think, as Dr. McDavid will tell you, coming over, whereas and those schools, like you said, it would not be uncommon for Dr. McDavid to go visit all 6 schools in one day and look at their implementation of balanced literacy, and she did frequently, or Tara in her district, maybe not quite that quickly, but over the course of a week. Here, we rely more on systems and structures. That's why we have such an intensive training model for principals and instructional coaches. Principals and instructional coaches have got to be the instructional leaders in the district, because we cannot train every teacher on balanced literacy. We cannot model and monitor every teacher in balanced literacy. And so we put those structures in place, those literacy specialists, how we use literacy specialists, how we use principals, how we use assistant principals. We try to make sure that training goes to all of them, so when assistant principals walking in the classroom, they know what they should be looking for, just like a principal knows, just like an instructional coach knows, just like a reading coach should know in those classrooms. So it is harder because you have to rely on people, and that's always challenging when you have to rely. The more people you have to rely on to do what needs to be done is always more challenging. But I think that's a testament to our teachers, our amazing teachers that come prepared every day, really embrace the strategies that we have set, our research-based strategies, and implement them with fidelity in our classrooms.
Are we weak in personnel? Do we struggle with personnel to support those structures that you're talking about?
So I would not say right now we are weak in personnel with strategy, with the structure. We have not had at this point in time a difficult time finding, for example, literacy specialists, literacy coaches. And really teachers, we look for master teachers for those positions, and then we train them in the coaching area. So we've got a pretty good model, I think, in Greenville of training our own and making sure they're trained up through the ranks and ready to take those positions versus relying on, totally on outside folks. We like a good mix of both, because certainly some of the folks coming in from the outside of Greenville have brought in some really good strategies. So we kind of do both, but we want to make sure we have a pipeline ready for those qualified, if you will, personnel.
Have we ever partnered with the K-4? I know K-4 is not mandatory in the state,
Yeah.
but to kind of give not only the students, but the teachers who may want to move up a head start with training.
So the K-4 teachers, I don't think she's in here, but the K-4 teachers, both in the schools and in the CDCs, are under Dr. Karen Andrews. Got her married name, Dr. Karen Andrews, and so she does some significant intensive training with those K-4 teachers. They do some vertical articulation with the K-5 teachers as well, and so they certainly could move up. I have to look at their certifications in K-4. I believe they can teach K-4 to 2nd grade, if I remember correctly, if they have that certification, but they have the opportunity certainly to move within a certain range based on their certification.
And my last question is, when you gave a report where you said early in the year you had a group of kids that you knew were falling behind, not way behind, but slightly behind. Yes. What can we do to encourage parents to help us get over that little, because if we catch them early,
Yep.
we can make significant gains. What can we do where parents can help?
So one thing we did last year that I think that I certainly saw an increase of awareness and urgency with parents was at the end of the year. I think we shared maybe those with you in here. At the end of the year last year, we sent home to every child in the district, well, every 3rd through 5th grader in the district, actually kindergarten through 5th grader, we sent home what their Fontes Pinnell level was and where they were. Was that below grade level, significantly below grade level, on grade level? I got more calls from parents at that point in time, just from an awareness of what can I do for my kids. And so one of the things you may recall what we did when we sent that letter home, we had a little QR code there at the bottom, and that QR code actually linked out to things parents could do over the summer with their kids if they were significantly below grade level, on grade level, And we are, if I remember correctly, I believe we're actually rolling out some additional resources this summer with some videos where we model some of those strategies where parents could go watch the video and then know how to model that with their child when they're reading to them in the summertime. So we try to pick strategies that are easy, not educator strategies that are difficult, but those simple parent strategies that you can do that would actually either keep your child from sliding in the summer, because we know that's a very real thing, or if your kid's significantly below grade level, here's what you can do. So we saw a pretty, I just think we haven't never done that before. I don't think every parent's gotten a letter that said, hey, you're significantly below grade level. Your child is. We want to help them, but here's some things you can do. Most parents, I'd say, are wanting to help their children. So for the majority, I think that was a big step in that direction, though.
My last question is, could I get a copy of that letter?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, we're revised. I'll send you the new one if we've revised it. I know we were doing some revisions to it based on principal feedback, but I can send you last year's, and then this year's, we'll send it through the board to you.
Thank you. Mr. Sutton?
Jeff, I have been trying to understand what we mean when we say that a person is a good reader, a person is a fair reader, or a person is a poor reader. So I will assume if I want to understand that, I've got to look at the essential components of reading. And we have the slide on here, but we do have listed. Now, are those the only two that can be tested?
Those are the ones, at least on South Carolina Ready, those are the two ones that South Carolina would test heavily.
Can we test the other three?
The other three would be tested through Fontes of Manel or Fastbridge.
When I was looking, I was trying to understand comprehension.
Yes.
And as I can see here, the ability to read text, process it, and understand its meaning. The individual's ability to comprehend text is influenced by their traits and skills, one of which is the ability to make inferences. If word recognition is difficult, students use too much of their processing capacity to read individual words, which interferes with their ability to comprehend what is read. Is that a pretty good definition of comprehension?
Yeah, I think it's a very broad definition of comprehension. But yes, if you look, Mr. Sudduth, I didn't bring it with me, but if you look in comprehension in our curriculum guides, we actually break comprehension out into 4 areas to help teachers teach comprehension. So it's a pretty complicated skill. But yes, that's a broad definition of it.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
If I'm looking at fluency,
Yes.
and I said here, the ability to read a text accurately, quickly, with expression. Reading fluency is important because it provides a bridge between word recognition and comprehension.
Similar to ours.
If I'm looking at these 5, Jeff, evaluate those 5 components. Are we, I assume that we're teaching all 5 of those. When
Yes.
we talk about the essential components of reading, well, you have explained to me the essential components.
Yes, sir. So the various components of this will be taught at different points. Kindergarten first, really kindergarten 1 and part of 2, they're heavily focused on that fluency, phonemic awareness, and phonics. The comprehension kicks in, vocabulary to a degree. Comprehension kicks in during that 2nd grade year where they actually start teaching them those strategies of how do you not only read the text, can you actually comprehend the text? A lot of times if you will hear people say, well, in ELA, if you will hear teachers in middle school saying, well, you know, Mr. Sudduth can't read. He can't read this text. A lot of times that doesn't have to do with reading the words on a page. That has to do with the fact that he's not comprehending what he's reading, which is a major part of reading. You've got to be able to comprehend it as you go up for life, obviously. Just reading the words on the page would not be considered reading.
All right, if we're starting comprehension in the 2nd grade, which ones are we starting in kindergarten and 1st grade?
Those other 3, really heavily fluency, phonemic awareness, and phonics is what we're heavily focused on in the kindergarten, 1st grades.
Okay, so we've got these 3.
Yeah, that would be your learning to read category.
By the time I get to middle school,
Yes, sir.
how am I evaluating the reading at middle school?
So the reading in middle school is really in middle school and high school is going to be primarily focused on the comprehension and vocabulary piece. We're not doing a Fontes Pinnell reading assessment to see how fluent kids are at reading at that point in time, unless they're severely behind or have some disabilities.
So as I understand, Jeff, we're starting out with the fluency, the phonics and the phonetic awareness. And then when we get to the second grade, we start looking at the comprehension and the vocabulary.
Yeah, vocabulary is really woven throughout all of them. Kids learn vocabulary even starting in first grade, kindergarten. But yes, fluency, phonemic, and phonics in the early grades, comprehension hitting second grade and above.
So I'm going to assume that we're building upon these components.
Yes, sir.
In the third, fourth, and fifth grade.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, so when we get to the middle school level, then we have I would assume here, we're looking at making sure that we've got all 5 of these covered. What are we doing in high school?
So high school, again, would focus more on that comprehension of text. They're going to be vocabulary and comprehension of text, because really the fluency, phonemic awareness, and phonics is, as far as that goes, towards reading those words on the page. So once you hit middle school, the focus is going to be on that comprehension of vocabulary, teaching kids how to read complicated texts, teaching kids how to do analysis, summarizing. Writing becomes a big component, obviously, even earlier than that. I didn't include writing in this, but writing also is for ELA, for the South Carolina Ready Test. Writing is also a component of that South Carolina Ready Test.
Yeah, I was going to discuss cursive writing,
Oh, okay.
but I didn't. I'm decided I'm not going to deal with that one right now. When we get to high school, what test do we give to determine reading, or is there a test?
There really is not a test to determine reading. They would, on ELA, again, they would take the EOC in high school. Certainly the ACT, SAT, all those tests are relying on the kids' ability to read and comprehend text. So all of that goes towards reading. I mean, they get some scores back on, reading and comprehension from ACT, SAT, EOCs, those types of things.
So when I want to judge how well we're reading, then I've got tests at the elementary level that can help me see this. I would assume that's the South Carolina Ready.
It would have, for elementary, we would rely heavier on Fastbridge and Fontes Pinnell for reading.
How are we evaluating the Pinnell reading?
I'm sorry?
How are we evaluating the Pinnell reading? Did a test that...
Yes, Fontes...
I'm ignorant on that, Jeff, really. It used to be, it was how fast you could read.
Yes.
Didn't matter if you could understand or not, just how fast you could read.
Right, which is fluency to a degree.
That was many years ago. I could read very fast, I just couldn't understand what I read.
Right. So you could read the words, you just couldn't comprehend.
Yeah, I was impressive. I just didn't. Someone just asked me, what does that mean? I couldn't tell them.
So you did great in kindergarten, first and second grade.
And so, yeah, I did. The girls were impressed until I got to the third grade.
Until it all fell apart in third grade.
And then they kind of said, wait,
That's typically how that happens.
this guy kind of dumbed down, hadn't he? So when I'm looking at the high school, what you're telling me, Jeff, there's really no definitive way that I can look at high school students and tell how well they're reading.
As far as reading the words on the page, that would be difficult, but the scores that they would be getting on EOCs and the ACT, SAT would have a reading and comprehension component of it.
Are they taking ACT and SAT in the 9th grade?
It's 11th grade.
So the 9th and the 10th grade.
Yeah.
Or what can I focus on if there is no ACT or SAT?
So the only thing we would have in the 9th grade would be the end of course test. We would have an English. Typically, most kids are going to take that end of course test in either 8th grade English 1 or 9th grade English 1. Next, in the future, it moves to English 2. So in the future, it'll be 10th grade for a lot of kids that will be taking that test.
Okay, so really the only thing I can judge reading on in the high school is really the ACT and the SAT.
Yes, sir. And then, of course, for the students who are in special education or have some still pull out or for intervention, we do have additional tools, software programs that we use with them, Read 180, System 44, Language Live. We have some software that actually helps identify students that have reading gaps and comprehension gaps, and those software tools paired with the teacher can help remediate those children.
Let's set it and Jeff's going to go into pretty good detail about that next month when he talks about secondary. So we also bear in mind that for rising ninth graders, you have their 8th grade ELA score, which they would have received that score based on the test they took in the spring preceding entering the ninth grade. So we have that for entering freshmen at the high school level.
For those that are entering in the ninth grade in high school and they're having problems, how do we address that?
Well, and that's the focus of Mr. McCoy's presentation next month when he talks about teaching of reading at the secondary level.
But there's not going to be any testing at the secondary level in the ninth and 10th grade. Is that right?
Not of all
Not of all
students,
students,
but there is a way.
We're going to have to base everything we know on their 8th grade.
Initially, you would base it on their 8th grade, and then once they enter those programs to address their shortcoming in reading, they would be assessed throughout the time they're in those programs.
My question on that is, how are we helping them in the ninth and 10th grade?
And that's the focus of what
in
he's
their
going to talk
reading,
about next month.
Since we don't test them.
And that's the focus of what he'll
Okay.
talk about
Yeah.
next
All
month.
right.
Yes, sir.
I look forward to that, Dr. Royston.
Is that
All
almost
right,
you said it?
that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lewis?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I think this is a great presentation, and I know we've talked about personally just the benefit of the RTI program and what it's had on my son. Yeah. I mean, I'm certain that other families are feeling that. So as you look through kind of this system of interventions, how much of it is prescriptive to the fact that the district is kind of helping teachers kind of almost like a pacing guide, kind of follow this same system? How much of it is interpretive and teachers are interpreting it kind of on their own? Can you talk just a little bit about the flexibility there?
So I would say for the intervention is for the pull-out intervention or the RTI as you spoke to, that's a little bit more scripted with the LOI.
Okay.
Always has been a little bit to some degree with whatever program schools were using in the past because there was a variety of those. The LOI is going to be a little bit more scripted, but still has some teacher, has some teacher, creativity there. The interventionist, though, we are training monthly. We're really doing those training sessions monthly to try to help kind of standardize the ones that we know are working, to be able to, replicate what's happening with your son. Mm-hmm. We want to be able to replicate that across the district, obviously, if we're getting results. In the classroom with the balanced literacy, we've brought more structure to that with some of the things we have purchased, because that's what we were hearing from teachers, specifically in phonics. When we went out and met with schools and teachers, they were saying didn't really know how to teach phonics. Wasn't really taught that in my college undergrad. And so some of those things we're purchasing, those kids actually bring some very structured pieces to that. I would still say there's teacher creativity in there. Teachers who are great reading teachers, they have some of that flexibility to be able to teach the way to a degree within the framework as they want to. The ones that need more of the crutch can fall back on some of those kits we're purchasing. It's still not a scripted turn-by-turn, day by day,
sure.
But it does give them a little bit more guidance in there.
Okay. So I guess the other question I have is, like, when we look at the top 10 districts, there are certainly districts that are performing better than us that have substantially lower percentages of poverty, and that
Sure.
would certainly be understandable. There's a couple, though, that kind of stand out to me as having higher percentages of poverty and yet are at least performing equal, if not better, to us. And
Yes.
just to pull them off this list, Anderson 4 and Spartanburg 2 and Abbeville. I mean, when you guys are looking at the work that we're doing here, are there lessons that we can learn from what's happening there that maybe isn't happening as well here? Is it because of school sizes or class sizes or instruction? What have we learned from those districts that would help us?
So what I would say, again, we have the benefit of having Dr. McDavid, who is the Anderson 4, with us now, and we've had a lot of conversations about that, just the difference between the two. As Charlotte will tell you, I want things sometimes a little quicker than is reality to have them. And so I think where I expect to be in a year was not reality. And sometimes that takes 5 or 7 years, and as she would say, in Greenville County schools, because of the scope of what we are and who we are, the fidelity of implementation for certain initiatives takes much longer than it might in an Anderson 4 or a smaller district. And so I would credit, as you're seeing those scores going up in reading, and they are, what I would credit to that is the teachers are getting, once we did the reboot, we listened, we went out and heard from teachers what's not working and what can we do to support you, that those scores started going up, and I think a lot of that had to do with because of fidelity of implementation. Teachers finally understood kind of what I need to do and how I need to do it. But it's challenging in a larger district. I talked to Wake County. I spend a lot of time with Wake County schools, who is actually double our size, and some of the other schools in the country that are as large or larger than we are. They're doing a lot of the same things with balanced literacy, and they have some of the same scores as far as the struggles with the large district implementation.
If I could interrupt you for a moment, I'm going to extend without objection for 15 minutes.
So I think I'm understanding you saying that this kind of reteaching our teachers how to use these systems is what you believe is going to be the difference between where we are now and kind of our trajectory. It's that kind of re-education of how we deliver this service.
Yes, that, and one big thing we changed when we did the reboot 2 years ago, we trained instructional coaches on this model, and we also did a little bit deeper dive with principals in that model, because I've always, philosophically, I believe that it starts with the principal in the building to be able to monitor that implementation. So we really focused heavily on that reboot on those two groups of people, while also trying to train teachers in deficit areas.
Okay. I have a couple of other questions about the specific ELA scores of schools, but it's in the ed plan review, so I'll wait.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Next is Michelle.
Thank you, Jill, for this presentation. I have a couple of questions on, in looking at the Fontes and Pinnell, the graph where you have meeting and below. I know that we strengthen the foundational grades, but when I'm looking at the higher grades, the percentage of the below is going up.
Are you referring to this graph here?
Yes.
Okay.
And I know by 8th grade it's 55%. What are we doing? What can we do since we are strengthening these foundational grades and then these other grades are still falling behind? What are we doing?
So we're looking at that. That's one thing our ELA team, both at elementary and middle, is looking at. We would say and we would believe, based on the test scores coming back, that is a heavy comprehension piece. And so one of the things we are looking at is what resources, like we did with the younger, to your point, what we did with the younger grades, what can we put in place for the upper grades, resource-wise, that would help teachers maybe with that comprehension piece. So we've purchased almost everything, I believe, for the younger grades now that we were identified as purchasing. And so Dr. McDavid and some of the grants and some of the money we've got coming up next year, we've got some things based on the principal's feedback to put some resources in the hands of those upper grades, if you will, to help them teach that comprehension piece, particularly as it relates to Fontes Pinnell, which I believe then will spill over to the middle schools. Unfortunately, as you know, all this work we're doing in the younger grades, the middle schools won't realize those results until 4 years from now, 5 years from now.
Okay. Also, I would when you said that about the more reading levels in first grade.
Yes.
That's why I'm glad that we have reduced class size in first grade. When you said that these are pull-out programs, now what do they do? Because the kids are pulled out, they're missing something in the classroom. How are the teachers catching those kids up with what they're missing in the other content areas when they're in the classroom?
So that's a good question. So we typically what we want, ideally, if you're pulling them out for reading intervention, we don't want them pulling them out necessarily for that 90 block of reading, because we want them to have that core instruction and then to be pulled out, at another point. Now, you're right, they're going to miss something. Most teachers schedule that or try to schedule that, because as you know, there's also pull out for special education, there's some other things like that. So we try to have them pull those out in the grade. So for third grade, I would do it, if I was scheduling, I would do it probably during my social studies or science block, because those aren't tested in third grade. And it's not recursive in social studies and science either. So they're not having to build that content. I would ideally not be pulling them out for math or ELA, because math and ELA both build on each other. But you're right, there's no free period during the day in elementary to be able to pull those students in a free period.
Now, I noticed that you had differentiating as part of the Fontes and Pinnell and the Fast Bridge. What about integration? Because where you said that about the science and social studies.
Yes.
I know that science and social studies percentages are low also. How do we do as a district in the PD on integration? Because, I mean, if they are in the reading part and they're reading a social studies passage, yep. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Do we have any PD in integration? I know we have differentiation.
Yes.
But with integrating, because the teachers feel they can't get everything
right.
in a day.
So we do have professional development on that. However, I would say this year, after working with teachers, what teachers are really wanting, they really want units that are designed with the integration already in spot. And so we are working on that.
Okay.
We started with kindergarten, a little bit of first grade this year.
Uh-huh.
So over the next couple of years, we're going to be adding those in, where the units we build at a district level will have that integrated in. I don't think it's a matter of teachers don't want or don't know how. I think part of it's time. I think they just have a struggle of trying to get all that done in one time. And so what they've said to us is, if you could make it easier for us, you could build the units. Then
yeah, well, I mean, it's you need to teach them how to integrate.
And we do that.
Because some people just can't.
You're right.
When they're thinking about their lesson, you know, this math lesson, I can pull in the science metric system with it. I mean, they don't have that thinking, but we have to teach them how to integrate. And I think that would help them out there. I mean, because, that's always been a problem with teachers saying, I don't have enough time. But do we have, how does Mastery Connect fit in with this?
So depends on the grade level. TE21 really doesn't start until third grade. Now, technically, teachers have, for Mastery Connect, as far as using the system for assessments, anybody kindergarten through 12th grade can use it if they choose to. And we have teachers that all over the place that do and don't, because a lot of teachers find it easier. If they put it in there, it's automatically graded and all that kind of stuff. 3 through 8 is really where we give the TE21 benchmarks for that. And so those typically happen on the tested grades. So obviously in third grade it would be ELA and math, because we're not testing social studies and science in third grade. Mm-hmm. So for third grade it would be an ELA benchmark and a math benchmark those 3 times a year.
I know you said they can choose whether they use Mastery Connect or not. Is that
for the Mastery Connect system, as far as where they can upload tests themselves for teachers, they can choose to use that or not. The TE21 benchmarks for 3 through 8th grade and the EOC courses are required to give those benchmarks.
Okay.
But the Mastery Connect system, any teacher can use if they choose.
Okay.
Remember, it's been so long since we've done this, but one benefit a lot of teachers like about the Mastery Connect system, it has a database of questions that are tied to standards. Mm-hmm. So even in sometimes they like to use that even for their own formative assessments that they give in the classroom, because it's already built for them. They just use them. But that would be up to the teacher individually.
Okay. When you were talking about the teacher is able to identify the child that has some weaknesses at the beginning of the school year, do the interventionists work with the teachers, even if the child does okay on that test, but the teachers see that, do they work with them in order for them to be able to be pulled out still for for something like this?
So if there's room and in their intervention, they should. I'll say should because I can't guarantee what's happening at every school. I can speak to Berea because I was there. I know I talked to one of the teachers who said she felt like one of her kids was getting behind, and she worked with the interventionist not only to get strategies to her as the classroom teacher, but she was also pulling that child, maybe not every day, but she was pulling that child to give him additional instruction.
Now, do the teachers know some of these strategies from the interventionists, from the RTI?
Oh, yes.
Are they given those so that they can work those in their classroom?
Yeah, so we tried to, during the Balanced Literacy core instructional training, we try to integrate all those best practice strategies. Ms. Hogan, from the special ed side, as we always say, those strategies specifically for special education children, they don't just benefit special ed, they benefit everybody.
Right.
Ms. Zemer from the ESOL, those strategies teachers use for ESOL kids, that benefits every child in the classroom. So we are constantly trying to give teachers differentiation strategies.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Jill.
Okay, Ms. Bush?
Thank you. Most of my questions have been answered, but I have, and this was a wonderful presentation. Thanks to you and your team for this. I have one question, and the fact that we were running a little bit late and had time extended, I did try to Google it. And this is the first time I've ever Googled anything that I could not find on Google.
Great.
So it is, I would like to know what a share crown is.
Oh, you're talking about the blog, aren't you?
I can't wait until the meeting's over to find out what a share crown is.
And I'm sure
to
by
go to the vlog.
And I'm sure by the time this meeting is over, I'll be able to tell you what that is.
And is that something that we could utilize in our board professional development?
A shared crown. Is that?
A share crown.
Sharing crowns. I got
Yeah.
it. Yep. Yes, I can pull up that blog post for you.
I would love to have that information later on.
Absolutely. We can share that.
Is that it, Ms. Bush?
That's it.
How much time do we have, Ms. Fitzer?
We have 5 minutes.
Okay. Has everybody had a chance so I can ask a few questions, please? You've been congratulated. I'll add to that. Excellent presentation. Let me ask you to help me understand how much of the LLI intervention for Tier 2 focuses on phonics and phonemic awareness as opposed to Tier 1?
Well, with the LLI, it's going to depend on the level the child is coming into. So there are multiple, I don't remember how many, Dr. McDavid, colors of the LLI kits? 4. So we have 4 different kind of levels of those LLI kits. So depending upon the level that child's at, even if they're a 3rd grader, but if they're on a 1st grade Phonics Pinnell level, then that kit is going to focus heavily on that. In 1st grade, it's going to be a lot of the phonemic awareness, the phonics, and so that kit's going to focus heavily on that. As you move up, though, depending upon the level the child's on, that kit will vary as far as what it's targeting.
Okay. The reason I ask, I probably went to 3 different sessions on early reading
Yes.
at NSBA, and one common theme was that it's essential to return to a focus on phonics and phonemic awareness, which many districts have moved away from, including this district, over many years, but now are sort of understanding we've missed the boat on the best way of creating that foundation. And one, I'd like to ask you if I could put you in touch with a couple of the best ones that I
Sure.
experienced at the training that you might at least have a conversation
Sure.
with. It would be awesome if they have anything to offer us that we're not already doing. But secondly, just to kind of gauge whether you think that's right and whether we are making a significant course correction back toward
Sure.
phonics and phonemic awareness.
Yeah.
Because I've experienced myself over years of working with students who, when they don't have that, they're just really always struggling.
I agree.
So
The phonics is critical. I agree with you. We went through that whole language kind of time frame, and then we went to, I say we, I mean as a country,
Right.
Went through that. And I think when we switched, one of the reasons I think we switched over to balanced literacy 3 associate superintendents ago, or however many that was. I think one of those core reasons was that it had a heavier phonics component than, say, the 4 blocks did, which we went. So I would agree with you, and we certainly would welcome any districts that are doing it well.
And I remember speaking to you a couple of years ago when you said, you know, we're adding additional efforts toward phonics in a recognition that some of the balance, Fontes and Pinnell didn't go far enough, and that you had some additional things you were doing because you recognized a gap there. Can you tell a little bit about that?
Yeah, so we always say Fontes and Pinnell, and that is kind of our core program, but we pull in from other, just to your point, no program is going to ever be the end-all, be-all. I will say, over the last couple of years, with the resources Fontes and Pinnell is publishing, they are beefing up a little bit more in their phonics as well, it appears. And so that seems to be a little shift for them as well over the course of maybe the last 2 years. Some of the stuff we've bought is very heavy. The word study kits and some of those other kits are very heavy phonics based. So I think they've also either realized that maybe in some cases they thought teachers just knew how to teach phonics. I think, and we thought that too, and so I think we're all realizing that maybe teachers need a little bit more structure and how to teach phonics. I was elementary trained, but I can't really remember a course on phonics.
Right.
How to teach it.
I guess the teaching went along with the shift for the country in terms of what we placed importance on.
Yeah, that's a
so
good
are we adding phonics instruction to our professional development for teachers in a significant way as well?
Yeah, so we did some additional training, particularly for the younger grades in, what was that, Dr. McDavid, letters and...
We did a program called Letters.
Yes.
We are asking just basic awareness, and then the board study kits will change and will deliver to every kindergarten teacher and every first grade teacher, and will be for every second grade teacher. It includes training and resources for instruction of phonics.
And that will, I'm imagining, also help us understand that specific instruction about spelling is something that got left out along with phonics instruction.
Yeah.
And made a lot of teachers just kind of say, well, we'll get back to the spelling later, and forgot to. You know, it's just, it's very important connection and tie to that I hope to see in the instruction that we're providing as well. If I may just have 2 more minutes to complete this, Ms. Board, without objection. Thank you. The last thing I wanted to ask is where we stand with our MAP testing that correlates to the testing with Fontes and Pinnell, because we talked about the importance of also keeping norm reference tests alongside to better gauge where we are.
So we do that in 2nd, 5th, and 8th for the MAP, and we can pull the, we would need to pull those, Dr. O'Connor, for the winter, because they just finished those winter benchmarks. We do winter MAP testing now instead of fall and spring. So we would have to pull those winter for you and do that comparison. And we can do that. That's not a problem to compare the Lexals. We would have a Lexal comparison there. Initially last year, if I remember correctly, when we pulled those, they were pretty much on where we would expect them to be with some anomalies out there, because again, Fontes and Pinnell can be subjective, so we can use that as a little bit of an alignment tool as well. But we can pull that for you. I think the results are back.
That'd be great, and maybe we can just, I can request to add that to next month's
Sure, I can
CAL while we're talking about secondary reading as well. Thank you very much. Yes?
Jeff, did you just say that y'all only do MAP in winter?
We do winter.
But you don't do fall and spring anymore?
We do winter only. Okay. Winter for 2nd, 5th, and 8th.
Okay, why was the decision made to just do winter?
The schools, when we put the T21 benchmarks in place, those benchmarks were more actionable data for teachers than the MAP scores were. We kind of, over the last couple of years, when we looked at MAP, before we looked at T21, our schools were not using MAP as heavily because it doesn't give specific information on how to target those students' levels. And when you're only doing it beginning of year, end of year, you're getting growth measures, but you're not getting actionable data for teachers.
Okay, I know that the MAP is a national norm reference test, and that's why we wanted it to still be in there, but if you're only doing winter.
We can still compare nationally with across the districts in the country that do winter as well.
And why was 2nd, 5th, and 7th chosen?
Second, fifth, and eighth was chosen
And
when we were doing the strategic plan. That's what we settled on as a board and administration, that we would do it in those grade levels in an effort to reduce testing for teachers.
Okay. So
Ms.
the
Goodwin
bu-
Caldwell, excuse me, if
Just
you would
one
like to
more
make a motion to extend time, I'd be glad to accept that.
a motion to extend time for 1 minute, because I only
Does
have one
anybody
more
else
question.
want to add anything
After he
here?
made that statement, I just want one more
Okay,
question.
then please finish. That's fine.
Okay, so, but Mastery Connect is not nationally norm reference test, it's just South Carolina, right?
Well, Mastery Connect is, the Mastery Connect benchmarks that we use, the T21 benchmarks we use are not national norm, no.
Okay.
So we did second, fifth, and eighth for national norm as a benchmark, as a compromise with the board. We did a second, fifth, and eighth, so we could still norm certain benchmark grade levels if we chose to do that across the country.
Okay. I'll probably have some more questions when you bring it back next month.
Okay. All right,
All
thank
right,
you very much.
thanks.
And that concludes the instruction portion of our agenda, and I will turn it back over to our chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McCoy, and thank you, Dr. Cristobal O'Connor. At this time, we'll proceed with administration chaired by Mrs. Joy Grayson.
Thank you, Ms. Levinas Wells. Item 3.01, Board Officer Candidate Roster. I will turn it over to Mrs. Morrison Fair.
Thank you so much, Ms. Grayson. Excuse me. The board officer candidate roster was listed on board docs, and I just want to read some of the statements that would justify people on the board applying for these positions. It might bridge the history for people that are not aware of the history. But board policy BBAA outlines the Board of Trustees officer election process, and that process involves any board member wishing to be considered for one or more offices for the subsequent year. Chair, vice chair, or secretary shall submit a letter of intent to the secretary by April the 1st. The secretary shall prepare a roster of candidates seeking each office to include their respective letters of intent. A board member wishing his or her name to be added or deleted from the roster shall notify the secretary in writing within the next 7 calendar days. And the secretary shall present the final roster to the full board for their consideration at the regular April board meeting. Officer elections will be held at the regular June board meeting. And I read that because in the past we have not operated under this process. So I have received the roster of candidates, and they are as follows. They are also listed on board docs. For board chair, Linda Leventis Wells, Derek Lewis, Roger Meek, Chuck Sellers. For vice chair, Derek Lewis, Roger Meek, Lisa Wells. And for secretary, Derek Lewis, Roger Meek, and Glenda Morrison Fair. Of course, the letters are listed on board docs.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison Fair. Is there any questions? Mr. Sudduth.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Webb, I'm looking at policy that deals with the officer candidate roster, BBAA. Explain to me why someone can sign up for more than one office at the same time. Is that common practice?
I don't know if I can speak to common practices. I will say when the board policy was revised and approved by the board, it does state specifically in the first bullet, a board member wishing to be considered for one or more offices of the subsequent year shall submit a letter. So that the interpretation as it was last year was that you could submit your name for multiple positions, office.
I understand that. I'm trying to understand why we have people that can run for multiple offices. It appears to me that it's saying, well, if I don't get one, I'll get the other, and I don't care which office I get, as long as I get one of them. And I'm not speaking against my fellow board members either. I have utmost respect for both of them in that regard. It's just that I have never, it's new to me to say that I can run for this office, so I can, and if I don't make it, then I'll run for this one. If I don't make it, I'll run for this one. And then when it comes up the time for election, then it's like, no, wait a minute, I decided I'm not going to run. So that just, it seems to me, and it's partly my fault because I think I'm probably on the committee who came up with this. So I'm not saying that someone messed up. I'm saying it looks like I messed up in that regard. So I'm accepting the blame myself in that regard. But, yeah, I don't like loopholes. But that's just my opinion. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Suddeth. Dr. Balogun.
Mr. Suddeth, we might have messed up a little bit, but my recollection about it is that the committee felt strongly that we wanted to have board succession planning as our goal, and we were not successful in mandating that we would have board succession planning from vice chair to chair, but we were successful in saying that we believed it was best practice and that we would try to follow best practice to have the person who is seated in training and preparation in the vice chair seat then have the opportunity to roll forward into the chairman position. But the board wanted to leave itself wiggle room in case some, terrible mistake or illness or something came up and we would not be able to follow it that way. So I frankly thought that then if somebody wanted to run for an office and they put their names in for multiple offices, it would be between secretary and vice chair, because those were not expected to necessarily, we never said that the secretary would necessarily roll up to vice chair, and we understood that there might be circumstances where a person would be fine with either running for vice chair or secretary. So it really surprised me as well last year when multiple colleagues put their names in for all three, but there was a little bit of an unusual reason because it was a new beginning point. But this year, I'm not really sure how to interpret that. But I do believe that the intent of the policy and committee work was built around board succession planning between vice chair and chairman. And I would only hope that people would not put their names in for something for which they would not be willing to serve. And it seems that there, if there's sort of a lock with several people putting names in for anything, no matter what, I would just hope that the intent would be, don't put your name in for secretary unless you'd be happy to be secretary, and so on. So anyway, that's my reaction, sharing some of Mr. Suddeth's concern about that practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Balogun. We have 3 more speakers. Without objection, I'll extend for 5 minutes. Mr. Chambly.
Yes, I have one comment maybe in response to Mr. Suddeth's question about general practice in this area, and I would say that I just look to the national government for president as well as the state government for governor and all of the others, and my general recollection is that if you want to run for president, vice president, and secretary of state all at the same time, that's generally done at the federal level, or am I wrong? How about the state level? That's just my answer to it in terms of general practice. That's a little bit facetious, but the idea is I don't think that's normally done outside of this. Secondly, and there may be a process to address that, what do we do if the same person wins all 3 of them? If that's the case, I might get in on this game too.
You get on that gate.
And I don't know whose feet I'm stepping on, or who, or what, what I'm doing, or anything else. I'm just asking as a matter of policy. I was a little bit surprised when I saw that, and still don't have a response. And I don't know who I'm going to vote for any of them, but that's. But my question is really, I mean, kind of, as has been mentioned, this seems a little bit out of the norm if we have done that, and I would suggest maybe we take a look at whether that's the best way to select. In terms of selecting and transition from, say, vice chairman to chair, there should be a way to do that. But, once again, at the national level, if we get a really nutty vice president or vice versa, it's not a matter of, most places I know, at most boards I've ever been on, all of them, you have sort of an understanding. I was just named on one board for a position, didn't even know I was on the ballot until we voted on it. And basically it was understood, okay, 2 years from now you're going to be chair of this organization. I can always back out now, and that would be a good way to do that. But I don't know that this is necessarily the best way, particularly in terms of how we vote and so forth, to establish that. That's my only comment. I don't know if we need to do anything today, but maybe we want to take a look at the policy.
Thank you, Mr. Chambly. Mr. Webb, you want to address any of that?
Only if the board believes I need to.
Okay.
Or Mr. Chambly, if you have a question specific for me.
Yeah, well, my question was, what do you do if somebody wins all three of them?
My interpretation would be that only one officer for one position. That if someone is elected, then they would withdraw their name from the other for consideration for the other officers.
And it would seem like, it would seem like in my case, if I really wanted to be chair, and I put my name on all three of them, and I won secretary, I no longer could be chair. So I'd have to wait 2 or 3 years to go back to that. It just seems a little strange to me, and I was a little surprised to see we do it this way. That's all. And if it was up to me, I'd say, you vote, you put your name in for one office, the one you really want.
Thank you, Mr. Chambly. I will say that we do vote for chair first. We don't do a slate. So each officer is elected down the line. So you can't, if you win chair, then your name is automatically taken off for vice chair or secretary.
Unless you really wanted to be, secretary or vice chair, which would make sense. But again, it's just.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chambly. Mr. Meek.
Thank you. You're not stepping on my toes, believe me. I put my name in last year, and I put my name in again this year. What you don't know is I've already withdrawn my name. I already gave the letter to Ms. Morrison Farrer this year. The reason being is that here we are trying to decide back in April who we want to be chair in June for the next year. We are a small body compared to the state board or the national board or whatever, and I think we ought to have that right to make that decision in June, and I think we should have the right to wait until June to make that decision instead of having to make it months ahead of time. So this was my protest, to show a flaw in what our policy was last year and what our policy is still this year. Yeah, I think it should be addressed, but heavens forsake, I'm not going to bring it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meek. Mrs. Goodwin Caldwell.
Well, I'll bring it up. Roy, you're on a different kind of board, because last year, when this happened, I thought it was the okey-doke, because everybody that put their name in, when we got in here in the board meeting, they took the name out. So I just, and I agree with Pat. I just don't understand why we do it this way, since we didn't get the succession, but I was told that it was to send a message. So, but you're on a different kind of board when it comes to this stuff about the board officers. I just wanted to make that comment.
I'm just discovering that, I believe.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the politics, I don't have a clue what the politics are behind all of this. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to speak out of turn.
All right, thank you, Ms. Goodwin Caldwell. Mr. Lewis, actually, I guess I need to extend time for, Mr. Lewis, how much time do you think you need?
2 minutes.
I'll extend for 2 minutes. Mr. Lewis.
Just to clarify a couple of questions that were asked, board policy allows for officers to run for more than one office. If we want to change board policy, I'd be happy to support forming a committee to do that, but that's what the policy is. Board policy also only allows a certain window for board members to be added as officer candidates. And so if you don't put your name in, you can't add your name later if you find that there aren't candidates, or if you find that the people who want to be officers maybe aren't aligned with maybe your vision of the board's budget or the ed plan, which both get approved between the time that you nominate yourself as a candidate and we vote on officers in June. So I have, as a practice, put my name in for all 3 offices because I am waiting to see how this board handles the budget and the ed plan and whether there are viable candidates who are aligned with my vision for those things who want to be officers. And as of last year, I found 3 people who I thought did that well, and I took my name out, and I would plan to do the same this year if we can find 3 people. And if not, then I do expect that if I was elected, I would serve.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Anyone else? Mrs. Bush.
I think that we talked about this, and this is 22 years plus serving on this board was one of the things that I struggled with the most, that it's the first thing that a newly elected board member faces when they came on this board was the first action that they had to take at their very first meeting was election of officers. When they have just spent probably, a good chunk of time just campaigning and working hard to get on this board, and then that was their first decision. So that was the greatest goal, was moving that time. And so we worked diligently, and I know it was brought back several times to the board with changes sent back because there was some agreement on disagreement on succession and things like that. And we did say that there might be some things that we needed to look at and go back and address because it is a new process that we've put in place. And the fact that people know when there is a deadline, so that if you come on this board now as a new board member, you will never be put in that position again. And that when someone asks you for your support as a candidate in any of those 3 offices, it's very easy to say, I'm going to wait till April 1st and make sure I know who is making themselves available. And that's what I've heard from everybody this morning. So obviously that has worked very well. And it's the putting your name on and taking your name off that we're struggling with right now. And if we need to address that as a board and make changes, then of course, we need to have some dialogue on that. But the fact that we used to, the struggle with those new board members that just got bombarded with those people that were running for office, and the fact that we used to do that election, the first meeting in December, and I started getting people asking me to promise my vote as far back as March. So that whole time frame of March to December has been drastically shortened now from people going from April to June. I don't think is a long time for you to be able to make a decision. So and probably even before then, you knew who was in the shuffle for who was going to take those leadership positions. So we knew that when we passed this policy that it was going to be a work in progress. And I think, for our going through our first year, and this being the second time we've done this, I think for me, it's worked very well. And knowing that no one will ever look at me again and say, this is how y'all do this, because it doesn't give a very good first impression to someone that's elected in that leadership position, that they have to make those kind of choices their very first meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. All right, that concludes that part of it. Item 3.02, nomination of SCSBA Region Director. So recommended motion to approve the nomination of Lisa Wells for the office of SCSBA Region 15 Director. Do I have a motion? Mr. Lewis.
Madam Chairman, I make the motion to approve the nomination of Lisa Wells for the office of SCSBA Region 15 Director.
I second.
I have a motion and multiple seconds. Is there any discussion? Mr. Lewis.
Madam Chairman, I just want to speak to the motion. I really appreciate the work that Ms. Wells has done in particular, not only representing Greenville County Schools as our one delegate as a director, but also I really appreciate the work that she's done in advocacy work and helping to shore up the SCSBA advocacy platform. And I think it really speaks to our ability as Greenville County Schools to really help shape the work that SCSBA is doing in policy. And so I'm excited for her to continue that work.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Dr. Ball O'Connor.
Well said, Mr. Lewis. I agree. Your second on that. I often hear from colleagues in the School Boards Association their gratitude for Greenville and the leadership and Ms. Wells in particular. So thank you for that, and I'm glad you're willing to serve again.
Thank you, Dr. Ball O'Connor. All right, see any more questions? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? And the motion passes. Congratulations, Ms. Wells. Thank you. Item 3.03, 2019 District and School Strategic Plans Update. I will turn it over to Dr. Oyster.
Thank you, Ms. Grayson. As Dr. McCreary is coming forward, a little bit of explanation, although we included this in your packet. We're required every year to report on our strategic plan. The year that we're in is the first year of the new strategic plan, which is Blueprint 2023. So what we're reporting on is the first year of that plan because we have two choices. We can report on last year's plan, which we've already reported on, or we can report on this year's plan for which we don't have data in most categories, but we can't not report. So we selected to report on the new plan, the Blueprint 2023 plan. To make it easier for you to follow, if you'll look on the second and third page of your documents, you'll see that we color-coded everything that was either added to or might still be lacking in the plan. Although it's highlighted in yellow throughout the plan, if you look down through the key, you will see that there is data that's now available and included. In other words, that doesn't require any action, it's just us supplying the data. You already made the determination in approving the strategic plan that those would be things that we would measure. The blue highlight indicates baseline data that was added. The progression and performance matrix were already established. In other words, you already decided where we were going to go and the route to get there, but we didn't have the baseline number. We now have that. And the third thing, which is in sort of a purple color, the annual progression was added to previously approved performance goal metrics. In other words, you already decided what we're going to do. Now we put intervals by which to get there. So, Dr. McCreary, did you have further explanation to offer, or are you simply taking questions?
No, sir. That was a very succinct and clear summary. This document's 153 pages, so I doubt if I can answer all questions, but the administrative team is here to help.
Thank you, Dr. McCrary. Questions? Mr. Lewis.
So just a couple of clarifying questions that I have. So the first 30 pages are highlighted in yellow. So that is all new information that's being added to the plan, or this is information that's being shared with us for information only? Are we revising the plan here?
This would be information that's being added, but it's information you've already received. It's all the test score data, I believe, Jason, unless I've omitted some category. It's all the test score data that you received earlier this year by school and district as a whole.
Okay, so anything that's highlighted in yellow is information that's being added to the current ed plan, which we're revising every year to include new data. Is that
right?
Is that correct?
Since the passage in May by the board, this is information this is the update. So this is data that wasn't available in May that's now available.
Okay. So could we maybe go to the ELA scores, because we have that data, and it ranks each of the schools by their scores. And I just had some questions about it, and I thought it was better to ask them here than in the last presentation. So when I'm trying to find where the...
Is that page 11?
Yes. Thank you. So, you know, when I look at this list of schools, I mean, there are some schools that I would expect to be higher and lower based on their percentages of poverty, which to me kind of makes sense for how much growth we're seeing in some of our schools. But there were a few that kind of stood out to me, and I wonder if maybe we could talk about that. So if you look at the schools that were less than half the kids tested ready, I'm looking at a few schools that just surprised me. I wonder if we could speak to them. So schools like Bethel and Malden and Simpsonville scored lower than some of our schools with higher poverty rates. Do we have any understanding of why that is, and maybe what we are doing to address that?
When it comes, the principal supervisors have detailed information about each of the schools.
Okay.
In general, with Malden, and Simpsonville, lying where they do and looking at their information, Malden has, for some time, been progressing. I think we would say that they weren't achieving where they should have been, and here recently they have been progressing. They continue to work on effective strategies for teaching reading. The specifics about Bethel and Simpsonville, though, I don't know, but I can find out, or one of the principal supervisors may be able to provide more information.
Thank you, Dr. McCrary.
I can speak on behalf of Bethel Elementary School. The school principal saw the need to bring in the academics team. They have been working very diligently this year with establishing backward design with several grade levels that were deficient with testing. And so an initiative has already been put in place. That initiative will still be maintained next school year with academics still supporting the school. As far as Simpsonville Elementary School, we're still working on getting academics more involved next school year. I have spoken with Jackie Earl, and she understands that there are some very concerted efforts in certain grade levels that need to be addressed, and so academics will be definitely working alongside that teaching staff next school year. This year is a planning year for Simpsonville. The action will then be put in place this coming school year. And Bethel will continue to receive support as well.
So I guess the follow-up question would be the one that I asked Mr. McCoy earlier, which is what we're seeing here that students are coming to school in those schools less ready than we would expect, and we're moving them towards being more ready, or are we more slowly moving them than other schools are moving them? So is it a how kids are getting to us problem with Simpsonville, Bethel, and Malden, or is it a progression problem within the actual school?
I think it may be a mix of both. I do know I've had conversations with both administrators. Their populations have changed over time. They are seeing a lot more of their students coming without preschool experience. Also, they're being raised also by grandparents, several of them. So trying to bring the family home up to speed on academics and how to best support is a challenge within itself. The same is with Bethel Elementary, population changing. But that's not an excuse to the fact that we still have to address where the students are and to move them forward the best way possible. So at each location, they are implementing intervention, as with all of our schools in Greenville County, and having to come up with just more strategic ways to make sure that the teachers are better prepared in their planning. So when academics comes in and they're working alongside the teachers. They're planning units based on what they want the students to know, and then working backwards on the best way to instruct and provide that instruction. So a lot of training goes into play when working with those grade levels.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Is that all?
On that section, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
I wanted to maybe look at the section on class sizes, so page 93 of the document. I'm unsure how to read it, so and it takes me a while to scroll down, but this was the goal to reduce first grade class sizes, and it shows three numbers, and I'm not sure how so it has an 18-to-1 as the FY18 baseline, and then it has a 17-to-1 highlighted underneath the FY19 number. But I thought we were at 19-to-1, and we were reducing our class sizes in next year's budget to 18-to-1. So maybe explain that.
Sure. The school year 16-17 baseline, the district for first grade class size was at an 18 student to 1 teacher ratio.
Mm-hmm.
And in 2017-18, again, we were at 18-to-1 ratio. So those are our baselines for those 2 school years. And more recently, sometimes we have data for this school year. In almost all of the yellow highlighted data, we're looking at lagged information. So typically our strategic plan lags 1 year behind in almost all of its information. There are certain cases, though, where we have the information available, and so we'll report as soon as that information becomes available. This happens to be available for this school year. We've reduced that by 1, so the ratio right now for this current school year is 17-to-1.
So currently in Greenville County Schools, our first grade ratio is 17-to-1.
Yes, sir.
Jason, I think it might be important to clarify, I believe you used an average there.
Yes.
As opposed to the assignment factor.
Okay.
What we talked about changing over time is the assignment factor. We've been assigning it 19-to-1.
Okay.
It just so happened when they measured it on the 5th day that the average was 18-to-1.
Okay.
So the average is probably always going to generally be less than the 19, because although we've not used it as a hard cap, we have used it as a kind of a soft cap. So we're moving this year in the budget, we have listed going from 19 to 18. Now, your average will end up being somewhere underneath that.
Okay.
And there's probably, obviously, there are also some there might be one at 20 on the 5th day. So that is a little bit confusing, and we may need to make a note there as to differentiate between the reporting, which is on the average, and the goal, which is to change the allocation ratio.
Okay. So when you look at that performance goal and it says reduce class sizes in first grade to 15-to-1, Dr. Royster, I mean, do you interpret that to mean which number is moving to 15-to-1? The number that we staff at?
It would be our intent by 22-23 to staff at 15-to-1. Now, again, we make a lot of determinations when school starts related to changing classes, adding personnel. In fact, I think the details of that are worded in the strategic plan. There's some parameters around that. For example, we may have a school where we don't have room to add another class. So we might provide aids to the teachers with larger classes. We might have a situation where a principal, maybe that doesn't occur to like the 5th or 6th day of school, and the principal doesn't want to disrupt all the classes in the first grade to add another class. So we may do something different there. But the intent would be, as we're doing right now and we do throughout the spring and really over the course of the summer, we would try to assign at 15-to-1 in 22-23.
Okay, thank you. The last question I have is on page 111, one of our strategies was that we maintain our position in the top 10 of all salary measurements for teachers in the state of South Carolina. But I think I understood in yesterday's budget that we're actually trying to exceed that and move at least into the top 5.
We want to try to do what we need to do, first kind of on a bigger level than just this goal, is to make sure we recruit and retain the best teachers we can get. Really goes back to a question, when was Goodwin Cowell asked that, perhaps in the report on reading. The key to that improvement in core instruction is quality of the teacher. That's more important than anything else we do. And then having systems in place to ensure that we have equity of instruction across the district. To stay inside the top 10, as we mentioned yesterday when we talked about the budget, we don't always know what everybody else is doing inside the top 10. So we want to try to make sure we're staying at as close to the very top of that as we possibly can, so that we're attracting and retaining the very best teachers that we can get. So although we put the goal in the top 10, just like anything else where we say we want to be in the top 10, we want to be closer to 1 than to 10.
So I guess I just wonder, I mean, what would be the negative of changing that from the top 10 to the top 5? If we share that goal of being in the top 5, is it just the reality that we don't know what we don't know from the other districts?
We don't know what we don't know. We don't always know. We believe that because of the progress we've been able to make with that reasonably we have enough resources to maintain our status there, even when we have to recommend that you add resources to it. But again, we kind of going back to what you said earlier, the unknown. We don't ever know what somebody else is going to do. I think we mentioned briefly yesterday one of our competitors, because I mean for teachers these are our competitors, had already committed to having all their salaries above $40,000. Now, don't know their financial structure to get there, because we want to base ours on a sound, solid financial structure. We don't want to be asking for utilizing fund balance or, we're putting recurring expenses into a non-recurring revenue stream. So we just don't ever know what other districts are actually doing. We sometimes know what they say they're thinking about doing, but we don't always know what they're actually going to do until they do it. Some of them have now paid out, for example, bonuses. If you count that towards salary, that may move them in the salary category. They're not actually in our ranking, though.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
The last question I have is on page 100. Performance goal 2 is to create a baseline for turnover in building services, fans, maintenance, and transportation. And it other than the one on teacher salary, it's the only 4 departments that I can find in the ed plan that are specifically named with reviewing pay and increasing pay. There's a further section on transportation that goes into more detail, but I just want to make sure that I didn't miss a section in the ed plan where we talk about increasing pay for all employees across the district. It appears that we specifically did that for teachers, and then here we did it for building services, fans, maintenance, and transportation. So is there? I know it's a long document, so maybe I'm missing a section, but and you don't have to tell me now. You can get it to me if you want. But
No, it really has. The reason they were targeted, not that we want to exclude any other area, because we want to be competitive in pay across the board, because obviously, like I mentioned, in competing with other districts for teachers, we compete with other districts for principals, both to keep the ones we have and to, on occasion, recruit those in. The reason these are in here is if you look at the baseline data, they have extremely high turnover rates. Maintenance, not quite so much, but really building services, food and nutrition services, and transportation, they experience our highest turnover rates probably among any employee work group. Now, I don't think Mrs. Gibbs is here. She was out sick earlier today. But I believe what you see there is a reflection of the highest turnover rates we have in work groups, again with the exclusion of maintenance, because it's about where our teacher turnover is. So that's the reason to specifically mention them, is to try to bring a little greater stability through a variety of methods to retain employees in those work groups because of the high rate of turnover.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Anyone else? Dr. Ball O'Connor.
Yes, I appreciate Mr. Lewis bringing up those schools in my area, because I was a little alarmed too about it, and glad to hear that there's a lot of attention to it, because it seems like a real drop from where we've been in the past, so, at least with a couple of those. So thank you for that explanation. I wanted to ask about two areas in the ed plan that we said we were going to look at adding data for once we had it. One was for the ACT, once we decided that we would allow students to determine whether they sit for it versus the required sitting. Is this data the last required sitting for all seniors as opposed to optional?
No, this would include the last administration where they had the option.
So this was the optional?
For spring of 2018 was optional.
For the first time? Because
Yes.
before that had been, okay. So is that where the 60% taking it, while only 60% of seniors take it nationwide, the district's percentage, what is our percentage who elected to take it this year? The ACT is discussed on 34, and maybe other spots, but that's where I'm looking. 33 and 34. So basically I'm trying to figure out, we went from 100% taking it to some percentage who elected to take it. And I'm not sure.
Well, it would appear to me that the number of test takers for ACT in 2018, I believe I'm reading this correctly, Jason, on page 33, would be 4,867. And there's probably about 5,300 in that class. Does that sound about right?
Right, and now that I see the note, this is for graduating seniors, so we're reporting the graduating seniors. There's two different cohorts, the 11th grade, who take either one of the assessments, SAT or ACT, and then there's the graduating seniors. This cohort of graduating seniors is the last cohort who would have
been required to take it.
To take ACT.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So what I'm really getting at is that we said once we expected that our goal for where we needed to be year by year was going to have to be adjusted once we got the scores that were test optional rather than test required. So tell me, now that we have done that with the 11th grade, what is the district's thinking about what the proper baseline score and annual targets should be now that we have that number, or have you gotten to that yet?
We have not. We have.
Okay.
Now, I've looked at the information from last year's 11th grade, but we haven't set goals around what targets should be.
Okay, and I just wanted, the reminder was that we said we would do it because otherwise, if we based it on the total being required to take it, our benchmarks would have been very different than what we need to set them at now. And the second thing is, we said that we wanted to look at, and maybe Ms. Wells can help me with this because we were on
Excuse me a minute, Dr. Balakoner, we're out of time. Any other questions you have?
I've got questions too.
Okay.
I'd say this might be 3 or 4 minutes, I'm guessing.
Okay. Without objection, I'll extend for 10 minutes. How much time do you need, Ms. Wells? 15?
10 different pages that I want to ask about.
Let's see.
Without objection, I'll extend for an hour and a half.
Okay.
No, kidding. Without objection, I'll extend for, you have some? 20 minutes. Go ahead, Dr.
Okay,
Balakoner.
we talked about, we had a motion, the reason I'm referring to Ms. Wells for her memory to help me. The motion related to making sure that we had a measure in here for students who would be prepared to attend four-year college. And we said that we would look toward adding that to the plan once we had a certain level of data that was not available at that time. Ms. Wells, can you help me remember specifically what that data point was, or do you have that on the top of your thoughts?
I'll see if I can find it in here. We talked about we added a place where we said that the students would be college and career ready, and then the benchmark would be they would meet that, how the state defines
college ready.
College ready. But I would have to look, I can look to see if I can find that page.
It's all right. It was just, that was the definition, is how the state defined it, because it related to a certain level of requirement that we didn't have in the plan, and we said we would try to do that so that we could track not only students who were college ready, meaning they could go to a local technical college, but who were also four-year college ready, and we weren't tracking that at the time. And I believe that we said that once you got a new level of data in, we'd be able to add that to the plan. So I wanted to say, have we done that yet? And if not, just bring up the reminder that we said we would.
And I believe what you're referring to is the percentage of graduates meeting G+, which is on page 73. That includes 90% of, the goal is 90% of students graduates earning at least one college credit college credit course, or earning 2 career-specific units, or earning work-based unit credits, or achieving an industry certification.
No, it was...
Is that right?
No, it was so that we would not lump in those who were ready for four-year college by the requirements that the state sets into the or, but that we would have a separate way of tracking to make sure we're increasing the number of students who are four-year college ready, as well as tracking the number, increasing the students who were career ready.
If that's something we desire, we'd need to give you some recommendation for that, because right now what we have is what's in your ed plan, which relates to attaining a status of G+, or by default, the state's analysis of college readiness, which appears on the school report cards. And I don't remember all the criteria. They have a SAT or ACT score, or completion of 2 dual credit courses, or completion of 1 AP course at a 3 or higher. What am I leaving out, Jason? The state has a definition for college ready, or IB completion. So there is a state definition of college ready. We can separate that out and provide it to you.
I thought it related to also, and maybe not instead of, but the coursework that the students had taken, which is more closely tied to the ACT, so that you are expecting that there's a level of coursework that is outlined that you must have in order to qualify for most of our even in-state colleges. But I'm sorry I was not better prepared for that. I will...
That wouldn't be in the state's criteria that I'm aware of. Not in their definition.
Okay. Well, I will look back into that further, and I will pass my time. But I know it's something that we had talked about, and I didn't know where we stood with it, and I see I need to do my homework again and get back to you. Thank you.
And I neglected to mention when I was reviewing the color codings, the red blocks, which goes to your earlier question, Dr. O'Connor, and the red blocks, which are listed on page 3, indicate the information that we don't yet have, but that we'll be collecting through the end of the year in preparation for next year. And ACT is one of those data points.
All right, thank you, Dr. Ball O'Connor. Ms. Wells.
So related to the places where we have red blocks, when will those be filled in?
They're going to be filled in as we get information from this school year. So, for example, page 85, which is the annually increase of percentage of ninth graders across every demographic group who are on track when completing at the completion of their initial ninth grade year, and that's those who have finished it and completed at least 6 courses. That's not available yet for 2019, and the goals haven't been set. So we just, as of last week, finished completing the baseline data, because that was a pretty good haul to look at every specific course to determine if those courses would matches in English language arts, a math, and then 4 additional credits, and they completed each of those satisfactory, so they didn't fail one, they completed all 6. So that's the percentages you have there, and it's broken down by subgroup. So that was a pool that we had to design and create that data pool. And so we didn't have time between last week and now to get together and talk about what goals we'll set regarding where we are now for our current baseline and where we want to be in 5 years.
Okay, so I'm glad that's a good place. You can start there, because that's one of the pages that I had marked. So help me understand this on page 85.
Yes.
If you guys. So we have school year 17 baseline, 74%. What is it, baseline? That's where we think we were, are? What does that mean?
Right.
Then school year 18 baseline, what does that number represent?
So the two numbers at the top, 74% and 80%, so that's overall, that's including, that's no subgroups, that is all ninth graders, the percentage of those who are on track, and that on track, by the agreed upon and approved definition, are students in their initial ninth grade year who successfully completed a quarter of their credits, including English and algebra.
So then tell me, what is the 80%?
Moving from 74% 2 years ago to 80% last year, that's a different cohort. It's the initial ninth graders in, the 80% is the initial ninth graders in 17-18 who are on track.
Okay.
Compared to 74% the previous year.
Okay, so 80%. So then what is the 77 projected data, 77 for 18-19? So you're saying in 17-18 we had 80%.
Correct.
But the projected data for 18-19 shows that we think we're going to be at 77% of our students who...
Correct. Now remember, this was 2 weeks ago, we only had 74%. And then we had those goals for the next 5 years. That's the only data that existed. Last week, we included everything you see there in yellow. So we did not know at the time, nor did we know when we established from that baseline of 74% that we would increase by 80 to 80%. So our goal, when this was created and approved in May, was to move from 74% to 77%. By 2019. Well, what we did was improve from 74% to 80%.
Okay. So we're going to, and I guess you're saying you don't have those numbers broken out yet for the individual subgroups as well,
exactly.
Right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're going to break those out, but then what that's going to mean, so if knowing that we've hit 80%, then who could drive the process of revising that target, since we didn't have a baseline? Would we, as part of the strategic plan, revise those targets? Because when you say projected data, you mean that's the target we were trying to
Correct.
get, right? So that's,
right.
I think projected is a little, it doesn't seem intuitive versus saying target. So we targeted that 77% of our students coming out of freshman year would be on track for graduation.
Right.
And we're above that.
Yes, ma'am.
Really. So are we going to adjust, when you make your adjustments, are you going to adjust that data as well? Or make a recommendation to adjust that data as well, or what?
If you're talking about the end goal, we would only make a recommendation to adjust it. That wouldn't be our decision to adjust the end goal.
No. What?
We would certainly adjust the intermediate goals. If we're at 80, we don't want to go to 77.
Right. Okay. So that would be part of it, is that you'd set 80 and then step it up 2 points, so maybe you don't have as much to make up potentially to get to 90%. So ultimately in 5 years,
may be the appropriate terminal goal. We just need to change the benchmarks to get there.
So what we're saying is in 5 years, we want 90% of our students coming out of their freshman year on track to graduate on time?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. And then so, I guess, again, when you get these red boxes filled in, how will the board know that? I don't really want to wait till April to find out that next April to find out kind of where we are, because there's a lot of red boxes that aren't filled in.
That part of it, I would imagine sometime in the early fall, we'll have those red boxes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, some of the rest of it, you end up being on the same timeline because of their reporting requirement. Just like Jason mentioned this information, well, he got it last week, but not with sufficient time to break it out into subgroups, which we have to do, they don't do for us. So we're always going to have that issue, but the stuff that we get in now that we're simply waiting on the end of this year, we should have that and be able to bring it back in the fall.
Okay.
So the red, in other words, all the red blocks.
Right, okay. So, let me back up then. Page 30, I did, there are a lot of just tables with data, but there's also some verbiage, there's some stuff in here. So on page 30, there's a comment about examining the effectiveness of block versus period schedules or something along those lines. Is that something that then ends up as a strategic somewhere in the performance measures or a strategy? Moving forward, Greenville County School would like to examine the depth of information covered in 90 days for semester courses at the block high schools compared to 180 days for year-long courses offered at the traditional high schools. So, I mean, that's just a sentence, but does that then translate into, because I don't remember us talking about that necessarily.
I mean, that's something we would look at internally in academics. In other words, is there some difference between the schools on the block schedule and schools on traditional schedule in their results?
Okay. So is that connected to some action in the strategic ed plan?
It might be if it rose to the level we needed to put something in the strategic ed plan about it. Or it might simply be the review of that might cause schools to move one direction or the other.
Okay. I guess I'm just...
To be honest with you, I'm not sure why it was put in there, but it's not something we wouldn't be doing. I mean, it's something we're doing.
Okay.
It doesn't necessarily drive a recommendation into the strategic plan. It might unveil some information that would cause us to make a recommendation, or it might reveal information that causes schools to decide to go one direction or the other direction.
Okay.
Because they need to do what's creating the best results for their students.
Right, right. And since it was kind of at the beginning in the summary, I just figured, kind of thinking along the lines of what Mr. Lewis was talking about with what is everything. We said we were going to develop a strategic ed plan, and it would drive what we were going to do for the next 5 years. So I'm just trying to stay in alignment with that. When I saw that, I didn't remember there being anything where we were looking at the 90 versus 180 day, or if there was.
No, this is a strategy. Academics focuses on multiple strategy reviews. They target and focus multiple activities that may indirectly or directly to speak to some of the strategies in the education plan, but it all factors into the overall achievement of students.
Okay. So the WIN data, page 37. So are we gonna? Is it the administration's intent to come back at a different time and kind of present this, or is this the appropriate time to talk about? Because this is fairly new.
We would do that at a separate time when we talk about test score results.
Okay.
And there's still, I think, some controversy over the WIN reporting and a challenge by, what was the predecessor, Jason?
Word keys.
Word keys related to the using of their terminology and the cross-referencing of a score on WIN with a score on work keys. So there's still some controversy surrounding the reporting of the data.
Okay. Page 88, it's where we had the choice item, and we still don't have any data listed there. So where are we with, so we don't have any. 88. It's on page 88. Well, okay, I say 88 based on the PDF. It's on page 89. No,
Oh.
89, there we go. So we don't have any baseline data or...
We ran into an issue with that, and we're still trying to work through it. And the issue is this: increased school choice program options across the district, as evidenced by an increase in the number of choice applications to under-enrolled schools, which literally becomes a different group of schools every year. So that was the challenge we had in coming up with something, and we've not come up with something at this point that we believe adequately reflects that, so we're still working on that.
Okay. So since you're talking about changing that performance goal, is that, what would be the timing on?
As soon as we can figure out something that might be a more accurate measure over time, then we'd bring it back to you.
Okay.
I think you can see the inherent challenge with trying to measure that.
Yeah, I can see that, and I'd be happy for us to have a conversation about that as a board, about what we want that to be, but I think choice is something that's important. Certainly is a big priority for me and important to our constituents, and I'd like to already have a goal in place that we would be working toward, because if we don't have a goal in place and know what we're measuring against, we're not specifically targeting strategies to get any
No,
better.
I wouldn't say we don't have a goal, because our goal has always been to ever increase the percentage of students exercising choice. Now, we don't have a specific goal in the ed plan that reflects that, but that's been our goal for a number of years. But it would be our intent, as soon as we can find something that would be a more appropriate measure that's not a constantly changing measure over the 5-year period, we would bring that back to you as a recommendation, and you all discuss it and decide whether that's what you want to accept, or if you want to change it, or you want to replace it with something else.
Okay, well, that's definitely something I want to see sooner rather than later. Two more. Thank you for bearing with me. This, it's 38 additional pages in this strategic ed plan, so I was a little surprised that we only have 25 minutes for discussion and approval of it. Okay, so test data you're bringing back. So when we talked about the K-5 reading on grade level, that's going to be incorporated as well as soon as you can kind of crunch the numbers to get those goals in place. So on the performance on page 78, we still have a to be determined baseline established in spring 2019 for Fontes, McNeil, and Fastbridge. So we had that presentation today.
That's the spring data, which that won't take place until they're probably in those benchmarks now, but that we won't have that data until that spring benchmark happens. What I presented on today was the winter benchmark.
But that won't be school year 18 baseline then, right?
What's 18-19?
Okay, so school year 18 is 18-19?
School year 18 is 17-18.
Okay.
So we would, that's why it says the baseline is going to be established in 2019. So that essentially will become our baseline. But as Mr. McCoy said, due to the significant changes with Fontes and Pinnell and the way they've structured on grade level, it would automatically be a new baseline anyway, even if we did have those former years.
Okay. And then the data that we have we have a target, so we had a projected on the map scores. We looked at grades 2 or 5. We're basically saying 38% or above for the next 5 years is what we want to hit. And is that because if we're hitting 38% or above, that means that the students are reading on grade level?
Excuse me, Ms. Wells. I have one more speaker.
And I have one more page to ask about after this. So that's,
I'll extend for 10 minutes without objection.
So we've got a 5-year goal on the map
Right.
that grade 2 or above grade 2 will be at 38% or above, and grade 5 will be at 34% or
Right.
above. So I'm trying to figure out,
Mhm.
how do we come up with that to correlate
Right.
back to increasing the percentage of K-5 students reading on grade level?
So MAP was one of the approved assessments the board wished to see. Although MAP doesn't include or produce results that show on grade level, it's a nationally normed reading achievement assessment that looks at where a student is compared to the national norm and where they are ready to learn from this point based on reading standards. The criteria used for grade 2 and grade 5 matches to the cut score for SC Ready, college career ready. So it meets expectation. So if you look at the note for grade 2, the RIT criteria that was used is at the 62nd national percentile. So we couldn't say that it was on grade level, but because MAP doesn't provide what is reading on grade level for second grade. What they do provide is nationally normed, and so one of the best indicators for us to think about MAP is in relation to SC Ready and that college and career ready for meets. And so if it's at a cut score of the 62nd percentile, that's why 38% was chosen for grade 2, and similarly 34% for grade 5. So we would only expect 38% at grade 2 and 34% at grade 5 to meet expectation or be college and career ready. But we overachieved in that we had 40% and 42% respectively.
Okay, but we're not adjusting those targets up, which that's what I was trying to understand, like the logic in saying that we just want to be above that, not 38%, we just want to be above 38% for second grade for the next 5 years versus having some sort of improvement scale. Now, that's why you've got under your school year 17 baseline that they would meet scoring at have a criteria that would meet or exceed expectations for South Carolina Ready ELA. So is that why we just said we want to be at this is our cut score for the next 5 years? Because that means they're going to hit that ELA benchmark.
Right, that, and because it's a nationally normed test, unless the norm changes, this is generally what would be expected.
Okay, so you're saying, I remember us talking about we want to be able to compare ourselves nationally. We wanted some way to do that.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's sort of what this is trying to get to, but it just seems like maybe it didn't fit right in Performance Goal 5 because it's not related to having kindergartners read on grade level.
Quite honestly, I think we'd be better off to strike the thing out of there. The whole purpose in having that was the board had a desire to know where our students stood nationally. And by taking the MAP test at those 3 grades, it gives you a picture of that grade at that time, how they compare with their peers across the nation. So I think we're using it there for something that it wasn't intended to be used for. You know, we basically have eliminated the use of it because it doesn't provide as meaningful instructional information to our teachers in our schools as the as TE21 and the FastBridge assessments do. So, you know, our initial reaction there was to just cut it out completely, but the board wanted to have some measure of national comparison, which it does provide that. I don't really think it's something we ought to be setting goals based on because you do it in the 2nd grade, the 5th grade, and the 8th grade. So you're not looking at even the preceding year. You can look back at how they did when they were 2nd graders. That's not a very reliable or valid comparison. You can look back at when they're in the 8th grade, how they did as 5th graders. I think for the purpose that we selected that, which was to give a national comparison that does that, I don't think we're well served to use it for any other purpose.
Well, and I don't think it seems to fit here either. I do believe strongly we should have some national measures against which we can measure our students. We shouldn't just be measuring against South Carolina assessment. So,
and I agree with that, but I don't. It's too hard. I think it's too difficult to set benchmarks on a test you only give 3 times and it's, 3 years apart. That's my point. I think it's worthwhile giving.
We used to give it every year then. I mean, I'm okay with us going back to giving it every year so that we have
That's just
national
simply an
comparisons.
increase in testing on our teachers and our students at a time where we're trying to decrease that. That would not be our recommendation.
All right, and then one more. If I can get, again, it is a long document if I get to all the pages through and move around. When I think it was back to the comment about the number for the G+. So we don't have that data. We said the baseline we were going to use would be the class of 2018, but we don't have the data yet on how many kids that graduated last June.
Well,
that criteria?
That really wasn't the issue. The State Department, and really backing up even more, the Education Oversight Committee established what they call and refer to as College and Career Ready, and that information is on the report cards, and that wasn't released until November. And from that point, we have had with Mr. Reimer's high school principals discussions about and with Dr. Oyster and others, discussions about do we want to take what is in the state report card as they define as college ready, career ready, college or career ready, college and career ready, or do we want to develop something ourselves that's not going to reflect what everybody can see publicly as college and career ready. And so we are still wrestling with how to best report that information. And some of the information is scarce, like work-based learning. The state doesn't have or did not have very good reporting procedures, but now that it's reported on the report card, and people see the importance of that information throughout the state, that's going to be much more robust in the coming year. So we're trying to align our efforts and what we're looking at with publicly reported and robust information.
So you're thinking about changing performance goal 4 then? Because all it says is...
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the reason you haven't populated that is because you're thinking about making a recommendation to change it?
Yes, ma'am. For example, the earning 2 career-specific units is so broad. If you want to be an English teacher or an English major, does that earning 2 career-specific units mean English 1 and English 2? And so the definition of that particular indicator is extremely general and broad. So we've been working through issues like that.
Okay. So do you think you'll have those issues resolved by August as well?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
So, I mean, I like that we're already working off the strategic ed plan, and that's what we're reporting on and approving, but if we don't even have the data, the target set yet, it's kind of hard to say that we're using it to guide where we are. So I'm just...
And remember, we are lagged. The strategic plan years ago was updated in November, and the state simply could not give us information in order to meet their deadline, which was in law and regulation. So they changed the law and the regulation to move it back even further to give us more time to report. And since the report cards were so new, we didn't know what was going to come out until near November 15th. And so we really had to wait and digest that information to see what the state was going to report on, to see if it was advantageous to align those two or just do something completely different.
So you want to actually get your report for 18-19, which is the first year of Blueprint 2023, until this time next year. But because we're required to report something, we're reporting on it now so as not to have people
Correct.
go back and do work that's not productive and has nothing to do with what we're doing going forward. Because we could have chosen to report on 17-18,
Right.
which would have been a waste of Dr. McCreary's office's time, a waste of our principal's time. So ideally, we wouldn't have had to report this year, because it just doesn't make
Yes,
sense
sir.
to do
Well,
it.
except we have so many red boxes. So that, I mean, that's where when you send it
And
to
we
us
would
and
have
you say you
filled those-
want
we
us to
would have-
approve it, and there was no presentation that said, hey, we're working on these things and we're going to bring back, I mean,
We would
I
have
just-
filled those things out this year.
Okay, well, and that's, like I said, I just went through the whole thing and tried to hit the ones that I didn't understand why we still.
Because we
didn't have
either
targets.
don't have the information or hadn't had time to process the information, because we have to meet the end of April deadline.
Okay, so August will be, I will look forward to August when we will have a complete strategic ed plan with targets established or suggested revisions to get to performance measures that we were actually going to pursue.
I don't know
Yes.
that I would commit to August, but early fall.
So, because we'll be.
As soon as we can get that done,
Okay.
yes. So we don't bring it in a little bit here, and a little bit here, and a little bit here.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Ms. Goodwin Caldwell. Oh, well, without objection, I need to extend again. Ms. Caldwell, how much time?
Not many, because I heard that they said we were going to have a testing presentation. Would we?
Well, we do that
We're gonna
every
have
fall.
something different
As we
from this?
did earlier this year, where we had a testing workshop, it will be our plan to have one of those again as soon as we have all the testing information in.
Yeah, because there's some things in here that I don't understand.
Okay. Now, most of the things in here were, you have already seen, you saw in the testing report that we had earlier this year. I don't remember what month that was, Dr. McCreary.
I don't recall, but every time there's a news release, this information's released first to the board.
Okay. Just 2 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, I have 2 more speakers. I'll extend for 5 minutes.
What I wanted to ask about was I see that you all, everything you have in here is GCS versus South Carolina.
Yes, ma'am.
With Greenville County, I was looking for the scores from the previous years for 16, 17, 17, 18, and I only see the scores for 18, because I wanted to compare as to what they did the year before in the science and social studies.
Sure.
I see you don't have that, but I also wanted to ask about the subgroups. How are the subgroups performing, the performing subgroups? How are they performing? And I don't see that in here either. So are we going to receive that information sometime?
Yes and no. For you identified SC Pass and not having any information
Just
except for spring of 18.
2018.
And that's because in school year 16-17, if you'll recall, the achievement standards, those cut scores were reset to a much higher college and career ready.
Even though they were reset, it was still the same test that we were taking, right?
It was generally the same test, but what used to be meets now is meets expectation. And so the rigor of the assessment significantly changed, so that whereas maybe 80% of our students were meets under the old cut score, that was reduced drastically, and now say 50% meets. So it was aligned to what the state calls college and career ready, although they never have made an assessment of that alignment. It's aligned to college and career ready standards. So there is no way to compare. There's no linking, no study which you could crosswalk from the previous year's cut scores to the 2018 cut scores, which is the only data we have that's been updated under that new realignment. That's why they weren't included, because it would be nonsensical to include or to compare 17 to 18. The cut scores were so different.
And Ms. Caldwell, also remember too, I think you alluded to this already, but also remember we went from testing all kids science social studies to only testing certain grades. So we also have a comparison issue with, significantly more kids.
That just happened in last year?
This past, this past year, yes.
And when we do the test score workshop, as we did earlier this year, you'd have your subgroup reports at that time.
In the subgroups for 2018, the State Department, for whatever reason, this was quite unusual, especially with the requirements of ESSA, they did not provide clear and even reproduce information for subgroups, for 2018. So we had to do that in-house manually. If you look on page 59, for example, you can see 2018 subgroup information for PASS, SC Ready. Page 59 has the science information that you were talking about for each subgroup. This goes along with the Goal 1 and is part of those targets. So we do have 2018 subgroup information listed there. We didn't produce it in the test data information because we didn't want to make this any longer than it had to be.
Okay.
And this was directly related to the goal.
Okay. I have more questions, but I'll just wait.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Cooper-Caldwell. Dr. Paul O'Connor.
Yes, I just wanted to follow up to make sure that we will be talking. I mentioned, Mr. McCoy said that he felt like it was a compromise with the board to even keep in MAP testing for grades 2, 5, and 8. So does that mean that we cut back from every year to 3 years this year as a compromise? Is that what you were referring to?
Yes, ma'am. I think to Dr. Royster's earlier point about, TE21 allows the teachers to act on data immediately.
Right, I understand.
So it was just a lot of testing the teachers are saying they need to eliminate.
So I'm just saying, I understood that we would bring that up and talk about it next month as a follow-up to my question, that we would talk about where we are with MAP data.
Yes.
And at that time, we can talk about maybe, too, the fact that we have plenty of data to track over time what students do, but that doesn't mean that we couldn't set goals for how much beyond the nation's performance we want to see our students moving toward, even though it's a different group of students, even if you're checking 2nd, 5th, and 8th grade, you're not comparing them to where they were, but to others in the nation who are at that grade level. So we should still be able to develop reasonable targets toward that, as we have done with other tests over time. Yes, we want to beat the nation, but by how much? And so I'm asking you to kind of look into what reasonable bump ups that might be. Although it's a different way of doing it, it's still valid.
Sure.
And the other thing is just to say it was the alignment between high school graduation and college admission requirements that I found on the State Department website. And we just had conversations, for example, if it's 2 years of foreign language that you need to get to college, then we might want to track how many of our students are being encouraged to take 2 years of foreign language, because sometimes they may not know, and especially if you can replace career and tech ed classes for foreign language, you're kind of encouraging early on a decision that may not prepare students for four-year college, and we thought it was just important to be able to track both, so we make sure that our guidance counselors are staying abreast of that, and they have to keep track of it anyway in terms of their school level reporting, if I remember correctly from last time. But anyway, I'll look forward to that with the fall report too, and see what we can get to with that. That's it, Ms. Grayson. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ball O'Connor. I have a recommended motion from the administration to approve the district and school strategic plan updates. Do I have a maker? I have a motion and do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? And the motion passes. Item 3.04, Parent Backpack Portal Pilot. Dr. Royster.
Thank you, Ms. Grayson. Mr. Miller is going to share with you a pilot program that we're about to roll out in the schools for backpack, a term which you may have some familiarity with, but it is a greater, easier, and very secure access for our students to have one point of entry and parents to have one point of entry to access really every piece of information that they need to access electronically. We wanted you all to have a look at it before we took it out to the pilot schools and ultimately roll it out to the entire district based on what input the pilot schools have that for items that might need to be changed or altered or replaced in some way. Mr. Miller?
Hello? There it goes. Yes, thank you, sir. So backpack has three different pieces to it, and as Dr. Royster said, that's exactly our intent, is to provide, if you will, a Walmart portal, so to speak, where there's a one-stop shop so they don't have to hunt and find things that they could use while they're here at GCSD, both the students, the parents, and the administration as well. Backpack, I'm not going to read directly off the slides. That's never very fun. So I am going to tell you a little bit about Backpack, about how that started. It was originally designed as a replacement for the student portal of the time, which didn't have a whole lot of information. So what we did was we went to the Student Inter-High Council meeting and we asked the students directly, what would you like to see in the student portal? And they gave us a nice long list. They asked for grades, they asked for assignment scores, graduation progress, SAT, ACT, lunch balances. They didn't want to have to hunt for their educational apps. They wanted them all in one place. They also wanted the ability to send and receive emails. They didn't like signing up for third-party systems over and over. So, you go to your next social studies class and they've got their own sign me up for this app and I'll get notifications. They didn't like that. And then to top it all off, they want it all in the palm of their hand. So they didn't really give us a small bar. So we went ahead and over the last 3 years, we went ahead and we built out the student backpack. And from there, we realized we had other issues that we needed to solve, the ability for them to apply to the Fine Arts Center, career centers, and have it all in the same place and not ask them for the same information or lose a piece of paper. So we went ahead and we went down that route as well. So I'm going to start showing you parts of the system. Now, I will say up front, since this was a public meeting, I had to blur a lot, and I apologize for that up front, but I will say this. Our application, we have a QC environment. You're welcome to come over, log in, be a parent, be a staff member, check it out, navigate it, give me suggestions. We always love feedback, so I'll say that up front. So up front, we're going to go ahead and show when they land, this is the landing page on the left side of the screen. It shows data from multiple sources. It has data from PowerSchool, Enrich, My School Bucks, and more. All the power that you have in GC Source and our data warehouse all sits behind Backpack today. So they have access to anything they want if we choose to display it. Also on the right side, one of the big issues, we have multiple single sign-on points in our district, where it's Google or our own Active Directory, and we allow single sign-on to all combinations of apps. It's all in one place so that they can go in there. And that content, by the way, is also dynamic based on grade level today, so students have age-appropriate content in that landing page. It was also still to be mobile compliant. We can't necessarily create an app for everything in every operating system, but we can design an application that works on multiple platforms and doesn't care if you have a mobile phone. So you'll see on the left side, we gave a high school information overview as an example. And if you look to the right side of that, you'll also see the mobile compliant version of that. And so you'll notice that the menu items on the left side have shifted to the top right, and so the students can feel free to navigate while they are on their mobile phone, iPad, etc. Real-time assignment scores. We ran into the issue where they just wanted their assignment scores instantly. So Backpack, literally, it allows for the student, when they log in, it does an actual call to PowerSchool and pulls the assignment scores. So if they're asking for scores that aren't there, it's because the teacher hasn't put them in. And I created a video here to give you an example. And you can see how they can see all the terms. Click on the term they want to go to, click on the class they'd like to see, and then they select the top score. They can drill down into the individual assignments, see what was late, missing. They can see their percentages and the actual points allotted for that assignment. Graduation progress was another thing that they really, really wanted. We did a lot of work on this graduation progress screen. This allows the student to see all sorts of content about where they are in their graduation progress, points they're in the middle of taking, what they've already taken, and to expand all and see where and exactly what they earned over time. So they can look all the way back 4 or 5 years if they need to, or more, to see exactly what credits they earned and when. Test scores was another big one. They wanted to be able to see test scores. Well, the thing about test scores is they come from a different system than PowerSchool, so we went ahead and built a page on here, and they can see their SAT scores, ACT scores. As they click, they can see all the administrations in the bottom, and if they take the time to click on the administration, they'll also get to see how they compare against their high school and against the district in all the different categories, so they can very quickly see how their scores are stacking up against the other students in the district. Notifications. So the students wanted to be able to send, not necessarily send, but receive notifications to their mobile phone or their personal Gmail or Yahoo account. So we developed a place for them to go ahead. They can add their personal email, they can add their personal phone, and they get sent a verification email or a verification PIN. So we know that it's a real account. We know that they're physically in possession of it. That verification is a big step because a lot of applications don't allow for that. They just allow them to type it in and they never verify it. Because it's verified, we know it's them. And at that point, they also have an opt-in process. And if you see the screen on the right side, you'll see that they have the option to opt into systemic notifications, district-level notifications, school-level notifications, and class-level notifications. What that means is system notifications would be the automated notifications like you've been approved to go to the Fine Arts Center, or we're taking the system down for maintenance potentially. The district level is your snow day, things like that, and then your school level is the principal office administration, and then the class level allows the teacher to send a one-way blind carbon copy message to this student. And it goes to either the SMS-enabled phone or the email account. The other thing they have the ability to do, they have the ability to self-recover. It's not very easy to show that, so I think I'm going to skip that one. But basically, they put in the verified email or the verified text number and some information that we verify. We then send them just like you would if you had to log into your bank account. We send them a code that says, here, go ahead, change your password, verify it. They just reset their password, and that works for their district device as well. So they're able to change their password or reset their password as needed, which we hope has helped with some heat calls as well. So our original target audience was really for the students in grades 6 through 12. Backpack went live about 3 years ago with, unfortunately, no training whatsoever. We put it out there, we placed the student portal, and this is what we got back. We have 98% on average saturation rate. We were hoping for 88%, 85% if we were lucky. And so 98% or right around are participating in Backpack currently to this day. And so now the part that we're looking to going forward with is that top half where the students are a little bit younger, and we're trying to target the parents going forward to get them more involved as well. The parent Backpack objectives are a little bit different. Like I said, we were trying to go for those 6th grade and lower students. It doesn't mean that we won't have features for the older parents, the older students' parents as well. We wanted to give them the same features of Backpack, plus we wanted to give them a few more. We wanted to give them the ability to look at referral data as well. That's something that the students, well, they should already know about, but the parents may or may not get to see as often as we'd like. So we were going to put a behavioral page on there as well. We want to give them the ability to update data faster. That is actually the biggest concern for us, is that when we go and we look at the email addresses we have in PowerSchool, not only are they not necessarily valid email addresses, they don't always tie back to a contact in the parent portal. That's just the way PowerSchool is designed. So we don't know if contact one, who has full decision maker authority for a student, is in fact the person that is viewing. They could have distributed that account access to their babysitter. In fact, I've seen babysitter as a contact type. So they have all sorts of options in PowerSchool. We wanted to make sure that we were very clean about the data, and then we wanted to make sure that the parents themselves had the ability to go in and update it. Excuse me. So we gave them the ability to go in and update their SMS-enabled phone and their email automatically. Same concept, verification email, verification text with a PIN. Same way of doing that, just so that they can move forward and update the information so that we can contact them and it'd be much more efficient and maybe take some of the work off the clerks. The other thing we wanted them to be able to do is create change requests for other information, and this system allows them to do that as long as they are verified as the person who has educational decision rights. They'll have the ability to make changes preferred name, they can submit a change of address, all those other things, but those will then be queued up by the clerk, and you see requires approval down there on one of the bullets. We are not taking away the functionality of checking documentation. We are actually enhancing it so it can be done quicker, more effectively. The other thing that we ran into was the fact that as we moved into Chromebooks, parents were concerned about not seeing assignments coming due and things to that nature. So we wanted to be able to create a platform for the parents that can grow. So as our one-to-one initiative grows, the same thing with all of our online applications and all of our programs we create. We wanted to give them a place where they can go and see those programs, and this app is really a platform to grow with the district to help out the parents. So I'll start to show you some of the pieces to that. This is already built. Now you can see this piece. We're trying to reduce data entry errors, and I'll show you how that works. We do a lot of validations, and you'll see how this goes. As they type in, you'll see it automatically start pulling back the addresses automatically from the U.S. Post Office. This will also cross-check against the Planning and Demographics ArcGIS database, which then ensures the geocodes to help the clerks not have to go find those. So as they start entering those types of information in, we start to do validations. Other validations we do, which I know sounds ridiculous, but we make sure that you can't be born in 1912 and attending kindergarten. Power School doesn't have any validations. You can literally type a number for a name in that system, and so it creates very unclean data, and it creates a problem for us data people that have to create aggregated information for Dr. McCreary, and so we wanted to clean that up in the front end. Enhanced ability to update data. They can update their email and SMS, as I mentioned before. They can also do other requests, and it will queue up for the clerk, and I want to show you that in one of the later slides. Also, the visibility of data. The other issue we had is parents, they don't always know the information about their student. I mean, they probably put it in when they enrolled them in kindergarten, and then it's been 10 years, and they don't remember that they have their old work address there. I know that sounds overly simplistic, but it happens. So when they log into the parent portal, they'll not only be able to see the programs and apply on behalf of the students, but they'll also be able to see basic information like this. And so that was really the point of the parent piece, and I know that was quick. Like I said, if you get a chance to come over and play with the app, I encourage it. I think you'll really like it. For the staff side, it's not going to be mobile compliant. Our goal here was to bring a lot of information in front of the teacher and the administrators of the school. So these screens are going to have a lot of content, and a lot of it's going to be blurred because it's a public forum. So I'm going to walk you through it, but I think you're going to like some of the functionality that's in there, especially the filtering piece. So it has the enhanced search filters. So if you want to search for any student, so this works based on if you're at the district, you can search the whole district. If you're at the school level, principal, AP, clerk, secretary, you can search the whole school. And if you're a teacher, you can only see what's in your class. And that is provisioned automatically. That is not manually maintained. It automatically distributes the permissions based on your codes in Power School and in Lawson. So it's efficient. So real quick, they're going to search, find students. They're all blurred, I apologize, but they can go, I want to see the 7th grade students who have an active IEP, apply the filter, and those are the students. I know you can't really see it that well in this, but you can see the count has changed there, where we automatically have filtered that content. From there, they also have functions or actions they can call. For example, they can do this same thing with notifications. So if they want to send a notification to that group of kids, they can do it. So they don't have to call me up and say, hey, can you create a list of emails that I can email? They can do it right here. The teacher visibility, they have the ability to find a student, and when they click on them, which I know it's blurred, but it brings back a student profile, which gives them an overall view of the student's demographics, the contact information, and the designations of the contacts. It also goes to the attendance. It can show them the attendance. And we've also added the grades and assignments, so they can also drill in and see all the grades for the students. So like I said, as long as there's academic intent based on rostering or the location, we give them the ability to see all that content about the student. And here we go with the automatically generates notifications. This this is the biggest question that I had when I first showed it. I first had it set up so they could email out by grade level and school level, which was a large increase because it's live based on PowerSchool data. But now they wanted the ability to really narrow it down based on attending versus enrolled and IEP and 504. And so, I clicked the wrong button, I apologize. So we gave them the ability to do that. Again, they type their message, type the subject, just like an email. They can set their filters on the right. They type their message body out. And then they can go ahead, they have the option to set a reply to address. They also have the option to say whether they want the students to be sent this notification, the parents, or the students and the parents both. And then they can select whether they want the external email notifications to go, or if they just want it to stick with Backpack itself. So all of the parents who have an account, they will get to see the notification in Backpack. As long as the parent has said, I agree to receive notifications on this personal email or this SMS phone, when that's selected by the administrator, it will go there. So it's a two-way match. So parent has to agree to receive them at this location, and the administrator has to send it to that location, and it'll go. So easy change management was the biggest piece. We wanted the clerks to be able to get through change requests very fast. And I know that you can't see what's blurred there, but that's basically the student's name, and it talks to what the process, where they are in the process. It's a change request of some type, a name change, an address change, a transportation change. They'll have the ability to click on that and then very quickly review and approve it. And so you can see where they're choosing the designations, verifying what information they saw, license, photo ID. They align it to the PowerSchool contact that exists, and then they can approve the request. It automatically updates PowerSchool. So as soon as they click that button, it's done. I know this is very quick and it's hard to see on the screen. And then when they go and they update a contact in PowerSchool, Backpack will slowly take ownership. Backpack will be a much cleaner source for us. It'll also insulate us from the state. The state student information system is up for rebid this year, and every year thereafter they're on a year-to-year contract. The problem that a lot of people are going to have is they don't have the things that we do in terms of our data warehouse, which allows us to just change the connections to the warehouse and everything downstream runs. They also don't have the ability to insulate the front end of PowerSchool the way that we're doing. So if PowerSchool leaves tomorrow, yes, we have work to do, but any student information system can be plugged in and we can send that data to that new student information system, which means that as a district, we keep growing and getting better, and as the state changes their minds, it doesn't impact us nearly as much. So real quick on the deployment. The primary goal of the pilot is really to get feedback and to make sure, for lack of better terminology, that our development staff is not drinking from the fire hose by deploying it to the entire district all at once. We have 11 pilot schools. I think we just increased that to 12. What we're going to do is basically roll this out with those pilot schools, and we want to target our communication around them to start seeing users in the system and checking. What we're going to do is do a lot of analysis in the background, see how the application's running, how it's working, and kind of think of it as a beta test, if you will, and allow us to verify that everything's working as it's supposed to, and so we get 5 calls, not 5,000 calls if there's ever a small issue. So that's the point of the pilot. We'd like to go live with that pretty much as soon as we get back from spring break. They will have the ability, the parents as well will have the ability to apply to the Fine Arts Center, the virtual school career centers. They'll have the ability to change designations, meaning which parent can pick the student up at the school, which is a designation that does not exist in PowerSchool and exists purely on a Rolodex in the clerk's front office. So we're going to go ahead and put that designation in and make it so that the teacher can see that and everybody. So those designations can be updated. And then, like I said, the automated ability to update their SMS phone number or an email is a big improvement. And they also have the ability to do the other things like the name change, transportation request change. Basically anything that's in PowerSchool that will allow them to change will allow it to be queued up for the clerk with this release. The second one, I need to be clear about this. I call this the decommissioned PowerSchool parent portal. That's not necessarily what we intend to do with this one. This is simply to encompass giving the users everything they already have with the PowerSchool Parent Portal. From a systems perspective, it's always easier to give somebody something than it is to take it away. So before we even consider taking away the PowerSchool Parent Portal, we want to give them all the features they currently have and maybe even some additional things that we think PowerSchool doesn't quite do very well. So we're going to go ahead and give them those additional features hopefully in mid-July, and then later on we will track and see how the usage goes forward, and if it starts to decline in PowerSchool, we will talk about removing the PowerSchool Parent Portal and shifting everybody. But not until it's agreed upon by everybody. We don't want to cause any heartache. Phase 3 of this is the online enrollment, the ability to upload the documents for the enrollment, online choice magnet forms we are designing today, and then the ability to do additional features as well. But we have a lot of open items when it comes to that. When you start to talk about those items, enrollment, choice, and magnet, historically a very paper-intensive process. The design on that, which I'm not showing you here, is really nice. I think you'll like that. You can come see that as well at any time. But with the kiosks, the locations of the kiosks to allow parents who don't have a device, we would like to set those up where they can come in and do enrollment right there with the clerk as needed online in front of them. We put kiosks, which are basically 22-inch touchscreen Chrome bases in all of the 11 schools to see how that plays out and see if they start using those and see if that helps enable the process. But we're obviously during the pilot in the first few months, we want to see how it rolls out. But the enrollment form, surprisingly, is being designed to work even on their mobile phone. So if they can apply on their mobile phone or enroll on their mobile phone, it's going to reduce a lot of the pain of dealing with the documents that we have today. After that, we have to create a change board, and our goal is to deliver things quarterly at that point and review things quarterly. You can imagine with this type of platform, we receive multiple requests as people see it. Hey, can it do this? Well, yes, it can, just with time and money, or pick one. But we can do the things that you want. We can grow with the district. You can see some of the examples here. I think one that came up the other day was we want to be able to see where our students are going on their Chromebook. Is that possible? Yes. Is there a design out there that we can use? Yes. But then we got to build it in here and have time to do it. And the other thing that's most important about this is we have to prioritize it amongst these other items, because some of these, if you look at them, are very important, not just to staff, but to the students and the parents as well. So that's the summary of the project in terms of the timeline in which we intend to roll out. And we reviewed this with district leadership back in March. And to help me out, I have asked some people to share their perspective on it from a non-IT perspective as well, in terms of instruction and as a parent, because we have only a few parents that, because it's in development, that can see it. So we've used some of our staff as parents to let them talk to you. So.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Thank you very much. We are very excited about the launch of parent access to Backpack and the tools for staff. Like you want to access your money, information, and security about your online banking, real-time communication about student progress has become an expectation of parents. They want to know their child's progress, and when they have a question, to have a tool that enables them to go in and take a look at it builds a level of transparency and continues to build that trust. From our strategic plan, we believe that education is a shared responsibility of the student's home and the school. And by doing this, we instill with the parents their responsibility, and we give them information to help them plan. What is the GPA you hope your child will earn? You need to work on that throughout the year. With the students, having them to access their own information, that gives them that shared ownership of their progress along the way. The strategy under Goal 5 is to simplify, enhance, and update communication across our digital platforms. Backpack, as we see, is something that has online access to that confidential, real-time access to student data. Back in the fall, we were looking at, with our Office of Communications, how we would provide parents this information. We know that this is a major launch, and we'll need to let them know how this works, but for them to be able to access grades, attendance, class schedules, behavior, ACT, SAT, this is more than any off-the-shelf tool out there currently offers. And when we look at this, we are looking at how the staff, we look at the burdens of teachers when they can quickly filter through information about their students with IEPs, their students and their behavior. This enables them to better personalize their classroom and personalize their communication with parents. With this, our Office of Academic Innovation and Technology is going to be prepared to support the full implementation with training, with video resources, supporting teachers and using the tools to safely and effectively communicate with those parents. So this is one that I know that he said it earlier, but with this tool being built by parents, for parents, as a parent and an educator in Greenville County Schools, our department is well supporting this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McDavid.
Hi, I'm speaking on behalf of being a parent. First and foremost, I want to thank Jeff for asking me to pilot and play with the backpack system. I've had the opportunity to learn and provide some input based on my experience with interfacing with it. First and foremost, I really like the way it looks. It's parent friendly. It's easy to get from one child to another. I have 2 children in Greenville County Schools, so being able to see a lot of information about my students, my children on the front page has been very beneficial to me. Most parents do not know their child's student ID number, nor will remember it, so it's an easy reference to that home page. I also enjoy seeing the attendance behavior, their lack of, it better be, their lack of with my little ones, and the lunch balance being up to date. If you're a parent with a child that eats lunch at school every day and you load their lunch account, you sometimes can get that balance days, if not weeks later, so the negative is very high. So you send the check in and you constantly sending in checks. I like the fact that the lunch balance is up to date by the day, and I can also email my children's teachers easily from the page that I'm looking at grades instead of toggling back and forth with the current Power School parent portal. As I said earlier, in fact, I actually was emailing some of my students, my children's teachers this morning and having to toggle back and forth, so I'm looking forward to that aspect of the parent backpack. The district calendar is accessible. Sometimes parents have trouble with so many links on the Greenville County webpage. You can go into the parent backpack and access the district calendars on that home page. Very easy to do. I also like the aspect of adding contacts and deleting them. Very, very easy to do in the current system. What we would have to do now is go into the school, make sure that we have the paperwork. If it's a legal issue, that still will have to take place, but you still at least have the opportunity to do it on the forefront, and then you can go in and make sure that the attendance clerk has all of that information that they need to make sure it's valid. I also like the ease of being able to apply for certain educational programs within the district. Jeff already stated with the Fine Arts Center, parents have the access of going ahead and completing those applications. And then once again, there is a page, and I don't think Mr. Miller went over this, but there is a page for parents to access the educational apps that our district supports. Very simple, just going to one place instead of having to go to 2 different schools to access those educational apps. And as Charlotte stated earlier, in line with the strategic plan and the impact that the district wants to make sure that parents are as accessible to the information and that it's as transparent as possible, being able to view those grades, missing assignments, test scores, and much more. So there's much more to come. Mr. Miller didn't go into some of the other aspects that will roll out over time, but I do appreciate the opportunity to tinker with the new backpack system and hope that you have the opportunity to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mitchell-Hopper.
So that leads me to the question and answer part. So,
All right, Ms. Morrison-Fair.
Hopefully, short question. I have a student. Can I see, I know you say you could see all of your, I guess, students and everything connected to that student. What about all of the teachers connected to that one student?
Yes.
And counselors?
yes, so on the page, now there is not in any system a direct association to the counselor to the student. They don't do that systemically. There are ways that we could work around and do that as well. We do that with the virtual schools. As the counselor approves it, we do have the direct association in the virtual school application program. Aside from that, the teachers, yes, the schedule on the parent side automatically shows you what period of day they're in the class, and it actually has the teacher's name, and if you click on the link, it actually allows you to email them right there. So.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison-Fair. Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell.
I heard Megan say that you can access the applications for Fine Arts Center.
Yes.
Can you access applications for the magnet schools and for registration for like K4, K5, that type of thing, if you already have a student in the system?
Okay.
Are you going to be able to access that?
Okay, so let me do the first one. The first one is Magnet. Magnet, the online application, we are designing that and building that, yes. We are also looking to put it in there as soon as we can. The system behind that is called Select Schools. We own that, we built that as well, and we will be able to pass data from Backpack to that system without problem other than just build and approvals and procedural approvals, yes. The other piece of that, with the K4 program, we do have the ability to enroll them. We just have to make sure that we do a couple more things. Dr. Andrews is not here, but we showed that the first time we said, hey, we have this online enrollment process we're building, the response was no. There's a bunch of issues around K4, but we did show her the mock-ups of what the enrollment process will look like, and there is the ability for us to put them into PowerSchool without it being an impact. There's a code that the state wants to see so they don't incorrectly fund us for those students. We can trigger that automatically, yes.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Lewis.
Thanks for this. This is really exciting stuff, and it's great to see how it links many of the services that the district already provides to families in one place. I have a couple of questions that I think you answered, but I just want to make sure that I...
Sure.
So if you have a child whose parents are separated,
yes,
then does this give one parent the ability to block the other parent from having access?
So that process has not changed. So the one thing I'm always trying to be clear on when I'm doing the training is that our procedures don't change. This is only changing the media.
Okay.
Okay. So the process for that is something to the effect of bringing in, I believe, an affidavit. I don't want to get the terminology wrong. I apologize.
Okay.
But they bring that in. If the parent brings that in, and let's say that there were 2 accounts that had the educational decision maker rights in the system, the ability to change contact information, approve things, et cetera. The clerk with that paper in hand could then go and disassociate that account.
Okay. So it still requires that paper backup in order for somebody to be removed?
Legal documents have still got to be there. With the enrollment process, we are looking at creating a file uploader that would allow a lot of that content to travel to the clerk before physically showing up. I did get approval to do that, and we do want to do that. But there is procedural questions about, things with the stamps on them, the embossed stamps, and how you can see that online. So those questions are still up, but we are going to try to enable as much as we can through the computer.
So I know in one of our earlier presentations about technology, one of the things we've run into is that teachers adopt ways to communicate with parents that may not be preferable to our kind of systems of security.
Yes, sir.
So is it, do you foresee that this is going to be the new recommended means that teachers recommend to parents as a way to communicate with them electronically rather than Seesaw or some of the other things?
I would hope so. It's not, we take a problem statement and we deliver a solution, and I hope that the district chooses to use it, absolutely.
But we expect this to be more secure. than some
Oh,
of the other
yes.
options. And so it would be, from a security perspective, this would be a preferable way for them to communicate with one another.
Absolutely. So a good example, you mentioned Seesaw and some of the other apps. One of the issues that we run into are that, they go and they create an account, and that account can stay out there whether they're employed with us or not, even after the fact for some of these things. And so they have access to kids that they shouldn't have anymore. With this system, it literally changes if there's a teacher that has access to a student and the counselor goes and changes the schedule, that student is now removed from that teacher's access automatically. And the same thing with terminated employees. They automatically lose access.
The last question I had was, I really got excited at the idea that you could upload documents.
Yes, sir.
To this, because I know that, one of the things that, we all know is incredibly cumbersome is that first week of school, and really before then, when you show up and they hand you that folder and you got to fill out all this stuff. Do we anticipate a time when those documents are the things that you'll be able to upload so that families aren't having to constantly recreate those paper documents?
So one of the things I was trying to show you the first phase rollout. What you're talking about is closer to the third phase rollout.
Okay.
It is in the mock-up. And it is part of the design, and we even had a couple of really fun ideas. I know that the process around the FERPA form has changed since we did the mock-ups a year or so ago, but we even had this place where they could go and review the FERPA form and accept it for all students, and it would automatically be triggered and designated in the PowerSchool system of the little indicator that we show that the teacher, that the parent has signed off on it. Now, I know that process has changed, but the concepts still applies. We could put those forms in backpack during enrollment, post-enrollment, whenever we like, and not just allow them to accept it on behalf of a student, but all students, to make it faster for everyone.
So probably not this fall, but at some point soon in the future,
yes, sir,
we could transition to an electronic way to get those documents up there.
Yes, for those, I won't say a paperless solution because there's other things behind that, but in terms of can we get those forms, the basic things that you're talking about, yes, we can do that.
So, roughly phase 3, are we talking?
Roughly phase 3.
2025, where
I'm
are we
hoping
in?
for October.
Oh, okay. So perhaps by the beginning of fall 2020, that could be the preferable way to upload.
So in October, we plan to do the online enrollment piece, if all goes well, of course, and everybody approves everything as it goes smoothly. We would like to do online enrollment, and that will include the first version of the online forms where they'll be able to start approving, yes.
Great. The last question I have is, some of this works because we're providing Chromebooks to students and allowing them to kind of use that technology as a way to help their parents get to this information.
Yes.
But then I wonder about if I'm a parent and I'm logging into this system, that I may forget that I'm logging into the system on my child's computer, who may also be able to log in then as a parent. So is there what systems are in place to keep students from representing themselves as the parent and maybe using this system to change things in their name or some of the other things that I saw that you could
Absolutely. So the process of going in and piloting this would involve a process of physical re-verification. So this is a brand new account, and it's not like the PowerSchool Parent Portal where they could just see information, as you've said. So what we'll have them do is we'll have them apply online to create an account, and then when they verify that they are an educational decision maker, all the documents are in line, they'll be able to approve that account. That account is password protected and is just like when you authenticate into your device, and it's the same concept. It is not where I'm a 13-year-old kid and I can go apply and then the clerk's going to automatically grant me access to go start modifying things. They actually physically have to be ID'd. And there's a lot of there's a specific checkbox that says, have you physically verified them, and actually asks which form of physical identification was shown, and it also asks, have you verified that this is the account that they intend to manage their students' information with verbally, and we actually ask them to check that box too. So it is physically verifying the person before they get the access to do it.
So my question was, after that happens,
yes,
and I have an account for my child,
yes,
and my child, who is more technologically advanced than I am, uses his laptop, he won't be able to access information unless he has my password.
Correct.
As a parent, is that
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's not I don't know, on the Chromebooks, is there a way to kind of, I just want to make sure that 12-year-olds aren't using their parents' saved password feature on their Chromebook and going in and changing things that we would prefer them not to.
I really, that's, you want to, because that's a little hard to control on their device, but.
If a 12-year-old has your username and password, they will get into your stuff.
Okay.
Okay. No way to fix it.
Now, the behind-the-scenes things, if they do it on a district Chromebook, we're tracking where they go, and we can tell you what time they went into your stuff.
Okay.
But they're still going to get in it.
Bill, I assume like other applications, if you leave it idle for a short period of time, it's going to log you back out and you got to re-enter your password. And I think that might have been your original question when you started asking that. If you were at home using it and you left it open, could your child go in and follow you? Well, it'll time out. I don't know what the time is on it, but
it's a few minutes.
It's a few minutes, about 5 minutes.
If you're not actually using it, it times out. You got to re-enter your password.
Okay.
Actually, we built a whole piece around that tells you when your session's about to expire, so you don't go and make a change and then wonder why it didn't take. It actually prompts you and says it's about the session will expire in 30 seconds. Click here to extend session.
Okay.
We built all that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Ms. Wells.
Man, just a couple of years too late for me, or 10 maybe. It would have been great to have when my student was small. So this is awesome, and I know high school students really have loved the backpack and what we've got. With regard to how it interfaces, you mentioned like Power School. If the state changes Power School, it doesn't matter because you can just realign how you get data from them and give it back. So you're not using, you're doing that on the school system side of what data you can access, right? Not the parent side. So not so much about Power School, but you mentioned the food, the cafeteria account, and you know, when you have an account set up with School Bucks, I had my credit card attached to it, so I could automatically have it connect. So I just want to be sure we don't have the information on the school district side that then allows us to be connected to
I
that
cannot
credit
get into
card.
my school books account, no.
Okay, so it's on the school system side that we're pulling data from. So anything that the school system can see, we're pulling that out and putting it into an account.
It's through a back-end call, yes. What we're doing is we're calling, not to get into it too much, but we're using a database call that allows us to pull all student information in one shot, and then we then line it up into the dashboard. We do not actually access your actual account.
Right, so you still have to go to School Bucks.
Yes, ma'am.
That's independent, and that'll stay independent.
That's an independent application.
So in terms of kind of keeping this up, I know we had over the several years, we used to have in-house systems that were programmed for HR and for lots of different things, and we've moved away from that because of the money that goes into us trying to keep it up to date internally. So are we going to run into the same problem with this, where we're going to have an intensive amount of effort that we have to keep continually programming and reprogramming to align with the different things we're communicating with?
So how we did that, in fact, the state, South Carolina Department of Education came in about a week ago because of the issues with Power School and changing things out, and they have the same change management issue that you're discussing. And so they asked us, how do you mitigate yourself from having issues with the state swapping out Power School, just as a basic example. We built our warehouse, and if you just think of a bicycle wheel, it's a hub and spoke network. So it's not like a spider web where I have to figure out every single connection that needs to be fixed. So the maintenance on that is just fixing one hub, Power School to the warehouse, and when that's fixed, all the other apps are insulated. So when we change out Power School, we're looking at one thing. The same thing, and so that helps us out with Backpack because we don't have to worry about, like we're switching from Easy IEP to Enrich right now. And so that's all going to shuffle in through our data warehouse. And so Backpack is completely unaffected by that change. Whereas before, in the past, that spiderweb method created a lot of, what are all the pieces that we just broke? We don't have that problem anymore. In fact, the state liked it so much, they want to do the same thing for the other districts.
Did we give them a fee we would charge them to use
We
that?
haven't even gotten that far yet.
Okay.
But they
And-
loved it. so.
And in connection to Naviance, what is the, what, is that similar?
So the students already access Naviance through Backpack Today.
Right.
Naviance will be accessible through for the parents as well, but that is us sending a user profile to them, and we already send. And I very roughly said, you have a contact in PowerSchool, and then you have a Guardian account on the parent portal side, and there's not a direct line between the two. And so this tool will enable us to say that these people who have the ability to approve an EIGP are now in our system and pass them in. The vendor will have to work with us on that, though. But yes, in theory, if they're willing to work with us on that piece, it could be a much better scenario for Naviance for the parents.
Yeah, because it's still, yeah.
Yes, I know.
Okay, cool.
It's fine.
All right, thank you. It's really exciting.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Dr. O'Connor? Oh, okay. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much, Mr. Miller. That's exciting. I, for one, was never a fan of PowerSchool, so I am thrilled to get on Backpack.
Thank you.
It is 12:29, and we have 2 more items on the agenda. I recommend that we break for lunch until 10 to 1.
So moved.
All right. Well, since we didn't properly adjourn the meeting, we don't have to reconvene the meeting. So, item 3.05, revision to board self-evaluation instrument.
I'm going to start sending my wife to, what is it? Fresh Market. Yeah. I don't think I've had a meal at home in the last week. I've had lunch.
Nancy, how about go find Terry? I don't know how quickly they'll move through this. Terry Mills.
Yes, it's all you, Mrs. Morrison Fair.
3.05 revision to the board self-evaluation instrument. The ad hoc committee, or this ad hoc committee, for the board self-evaluation was charged with reviewing the Board of Trustees self-evaluation instrument and process.
Is your mic on, Glenda?
No, it wasn't. You want me to start over? Okay. All right. In keeping with the spirit of accountability and transparency, the committee decided to revise this document by aligning the following documents: the National School Boards Association's 8 Habits of Highly Successful Boards, the draft of the revised superintendent's evaluation instrument, and the the district strategic plan. I will ask other members of the committee to give their benefits of working on this committee and some of the highlights that we addressed in creating this document. But I would like to say before I ask my committee members, my 2 committee members, to give their comments, that we encourage the rest of the people on the board to give us their comments on the document, which will be emailed to everybody on the board. And we anticipate coming to the board with the final draft at the May CAL meeting, which is May the 11th. So now I would like for my colleagues on that committee to give their comments in creating this document. And I see one, which is Debbie Bush.
Well, there was a lot of work that went into this, because when we started, it seemed like it was very daunting that were we going to get to, but meeting by meeting, and I think that although we had our direction of the 3 things that we wanted to do going through there, that our biggest concern was with making things measurable, or making benchmarks, and also looking at it because in the past we've looked at board self-evaluation, and then when we end up talking about it, we find that people struggle to know, how do I measure this? How do I know this is going on? Whether you were a veteran board member or whether you were a brand new board member, it was like, how do I see measurement? What do I attribute this? So those were some of the guidelines that we went along, and I thank our chairman because she kept us. How can I measure this? That was her mantra. Was if I answer this question, how am I going to see? What am I going to say that we did? So we did that, and in doing that, we also combined a lot of things, and our main goal was to simplify it, to make it simple but yet make it meaning, and I think we've finally gotten to a good piece, final draft. Hopefully there might still be a tiny bit of wordsmithing, but we just about wordsmithed it to death, I think. And so I'm looking forward to everybody getting it, and everything being aligned, where it's aligned against the effective habits of a school board member, the National School Boards Association, and then also to our document of our strategic plan. Right on time.
I don't know if Dr. O'Connor is ready to give her comments on this process, but as she gets settled, okay. All right, Dr. O'Connor, we're giving our comments on the process that we experienced as we created this document.
Madam Chairman, just a quick point of order, I'm sorry. I don't have a document. Is there something supposed to be? Okay.
Okay.
We decided not to bring it for for because we just completed our work on that yesterday, and we wanted Ms. Grayson and her committee to be able to take our recommendations and consider them and perhaps bring the two together to the board. So we just didn't feel that it would be right to rush anybody to look at it and have one day. So we're going to have a full discussion of it at the next CAL. But basically, we just completed our work of looking at all the past documents and compiling the relevant questions under the 8 characteristics of highly effective boards, and including a few key areas that we will recommend would be the touch point or bridge between how we assess ourselves and the superintendent, so that we're measuring and working toward the same goals and priorities. So we look forward to bringing it next month, and also providing it to Ms. Grayson as part of what she has asked and given the opportunity for feedback for any relevance to the committee work they're doing. That's it.
And as I stated, I don't know if you were in the room or not, the draft will be sent to everybody on the board, so you will have an opportunity to read that draft before we tweak our final draft. And we really solicit everyone's comments, because as Mrs. Bush said, when I read the document, I want to be able to honestly say, we did that as a board. I can put my hand on it, I can touch, I can feel it, I know what that represents. So with that being said, that is my report, Mrs. Grayson.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison-Fair. Ms. Wells.
So I would love to give you some feedback and have some discussion right now, but I have no idea really. Like, I don't have anything to respond to. Can someone sort of give us a synopsis of where you are, or what the instrument looks like, or what it measures, or what the categories are, or like, because otherwise there's nothing for us to respond to.
we didn't plan to ask for any kind of approval today. We're going to send it out for people to look at and give feedback to before we have our discussion, in case there's anything you see while we're still doing our work. But the only thing we did is look at the prior instruments and bring those measures forward under the 8 characteristics of highly effective boards, which we used increasingly over the past 4 or 5 years since you first introduced it when you were board chairman. So we put it under that framework and used prior questions from the State School Board Association assessment and the ones that we had used. We added some open-ended questions that you had added and I had added, and we just put it into that framework. That's really all we've done, except for adding 3 or 4 questions that we felt should inform our work around a connection to the ed plan. And that's the part that I think will be especially interesting to get everybody's feedback to see if it's a sufficient way of working toward a connection with the ed plan for ourselves and for our superintendent.
Okay.
What I can do is give you the bridge of the recommendations that we're sending to Mrs. Grayson's committee, that we recommend the link between our committee and Ms. Grayson's committee, and those are 5 recommendations, and so I can read those. Through the strategic education plan, the board provides the superintendent a clear statement of its expectations for his or her performance, which is used in his or her evaluation. Number 2, the board's self-evaluation and the superintendent's evaluation are aligned through the strategic ed plan priorities so that the board and district are focused on the same priorities. Number 3, the board works with the superintendent to achieve a climate of good faith and goodwill through teamwork and clear communication. The board should partner with the superintendent when making key decisions related to the education plan, seeking the board's insight, advice, and support. And number 5, the board ensures that the district meets annual targets and measures in all performance goals under the strategic education plan, goal number 1, which is student success.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison-Fair. Ms. Leventis-Wells? Okay.
There's no motion, it's information.
Okay, so does anybody else have any questions? Okay, I have one. When is this going to be emailed to the entire board? And you're going to give us a date for comments? Okay.
So let me ask a follow-up question.
Yes, Ms. Wells.
So you said you were going to send it to the other committee, so that okay, so is this going to be kind of like the House and the Senate and a conference committee to figure out what you're going to get? I mean, it seems like it should come to the board for review approval before, well, I don't care when it comes. It could come to the board meeting, but it should come to the board first before the committee, before you give it to another committee to say, this is what you need to work from. Doug, am I?
Go to another committee.
Well, that was the intent of my question. If it's going to go to me as chair of the other committee, it ought to go to the entire board and then come back to the board at the May Cal, and then we'll take it from there.
Or the board meeting. It can go from a committee to the board meeting.
Yeah.
But Doug, Mr. Webb, is that?
I mean, that's correct. You know, I guess there are different ways to have different feedback on it prior to going to the board, but I do think it's a clean path forward to take it to the board for approval and then possibly to a different committee at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Dr. Paul O'Connor.
Yes. So, in case this helps clarify any confusion, we did have kind of 2 goals yesterday. One is that we knew that you had wanted to get feedback from the board by Friday. So we were really particularly interested in getting it to you before Friday because that was the deadline you gave or requested from the board to get feedback. And so we happen to have feedback as a committee for you about things that also connected to our work. But our plan regarding the board all along was to bring the whole thing to the board. We just were trying to schedule it so that as the board considered the superintendent's evaluation, it could also consider the board self-evaluation and see if the board is satisfied that those linkages make sense and that we are aligning ourselves with each other and with the ed plan. So we do plan to bring everything to the full board next month, and you will get it right away as soon as the changes we made are available for you to begin giving feedback to our committee. But we are just, as a separate and distinct item, providing it to the other committee because Ms. Grayson had asked for anyone who had suggestions to provide them by Friday.
And let me...
Okay, Ms. Morrison Fair.
Let me be clear. So that item was a motion, and that item was voted on by the committee. And so, Doug, you're saying that it needs to come to the board to be approved first and then sent to her committee?
I think that would be a clean path and
Okay.
align with what often is done with committee work.
Okay.
May I just say, we took it out of the motion to send it to the committee first. We just said that our motion is that these few things would be a way to connect the work of the two, and that was to go to the board. We were also going to provide it to Ms. Grayson, but we did not specify in the motion that it would go to her committee. We took that language out yesterday. Am I right, Ms. Fitzer? Yeah.
Okay. All right. Stand on the recommendation.
Okay, anybody else? All right, thank you very much. We look forward to hearing and receiving your report. That concludes the administration portion of our agenda.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Thank you so much, Ms. Grayson. Now we'll go to Buildings and Grounds, Mr. Roy Shamley.
Yes, thank you. Just two things. I think we've got technically 5 and 10 to cover this issue. That may or may not be enough, but I guess I'll just turn that over to Dr. Roy, and then turn it over to
Thank you, Mr. Shamley. I don't believe that Mr. Mills has anything of particular note to bring to your attention, do you, Terry?
No, sir.
But any question that you might have related to the facilities project update, we'll be glad to entertain.
Mr. Mills?
Yes, ma'am.
Fountain Inn.
Yes, ma'am.
We got site package issued back.
The site package that we put out is not actually a site package. It is a sewer relocation package, and we're in the process of negotiating with one person now, Roper Brothers, and we expect that we're going to come to contract with them shortly and go to work on, I think our scheduled date for this is to be the 1st of June. We'll start that installation.
So we only got one bid back?
That's correct.
How long did we allow as far as a bid period?
I think it was out for bids for about 4 weeks. It's a sign of the times.
Okay. So, but you said we're negotiating with them.
Well,
Is there something wrong with their price?
No, we wanted to clarify some things with them, and we were looking at, there was some question about the length of time to do the job and some things, so we just, that's what it was about.
Okay. Okay. So, and we don't think those are things that maybe there was something we needed to change and just rebid it to get?
Not if we want to stay on schedule, and we went out and tried in the marketplace and had contacted several people. We had about, I think, 4 or 5 people come to the pre-bid. We got one bid. It's just, I mean, there's just that much work out there now.
We hope this was an extreme example, but we know already that we don't have the level of interest in GCs that we'd like to have. And it has to do with the market. That's plain and simple. It has to do with the market. We believe we'll get multiple GC bids, but not the number we would like to have.
Okay. So is there any reason to think that we should look at an alternative contracting approach then? You know, I mean, we said we didn't want to do a CMAR on something this large. A construction management at risk on something this large, but do we? We think we're going to be okay, but we still don't. We're not going to have the number of GCs we'd like to have, I don't think. We believe we'll be okay. Would we help ourselves any if we pre-qualified?
That's what we're doing.
Already doing that.
Okay.
That's why we believe we'll probably be okay.
Okay. So, but we are on schedule.
Yes, we are.
The designs plans are totally.
We will be putting the project out for bids at the end of this month.
Okay. So I have another question related to the facility assessment plan that you guys sent us an email about. So it's related to the facilities, but not a specific facility, but that plan that we had identified. Have we already contracted with this consultant to do that assessment, that programmatic assessment work?
Yes, we have Public Pathways.
Yeah. So what does that look like? Because it says that in the email that we got, it says that Public Pathways will do a complete educational assessment of each one of those facilities. So what does that mean? What does a complete educational assessment mean?
The intention is for them to review the facility and look at its capabilities as measured against the district strategic plan and the curriculums that might be offered there in that school, and just doing a general assessment of the facility itself, physical condition also.
The programming aspect of that would be supplied by our academics folks. Just very similar in the process to the way we now go about designing individual schools. In other words, we look at what our academic plan will be for that school and move forward. So within the ability to do so, they look at how we're tending to move forward in academics, and will that school layout, will the infrastructure support that kind of academic approach?
Okay. But are they looking at programming the spaces, the architectural programming of the spaces, or are they looking?
No, not in that detail.
No, just the assessment of the facility in its present condition.
For example, we're moving to a one-to-one personalized learning environment. Do we have challenges or issues with the electrical infrastructure in, for example, Bryson Middle School because of the age of that facility, even though it's been renovated? That would be something to look at. We're doing more and more project-based learning approaches throughout K through 12. Are there spaces within that facility that would lend themselves to project-based learning concepts, or are there spaces that could be converted for project-based learning? We have a particular standard we want to reach for safety and security. Again, using Bryson Middle School as an example, it is the only facility in this district where students have to leave one building physically to change classes during the school day to get to other buildings on the campus. So I would say in assessing it from a safety and security standpoint, it doesn't rise to the level that meets our current standard. Well, what would it take to bring it to that level? Well, interconnecting all those buildings would be one thing. Problem don't know whether that's a realistic thing to do or not. General rule of thumb, I think you're looking at lifespan of a building is 40 to 50 years. Most people, I think, would tell you if you're going to spend half the cost of the facility in renovating it, you're better off to demo it and build a new one. So looking at things like that, pairing that with the assessment of the major systems of the facility, in other words, what's the lifespan of the roof, what's the lifespan of the HVAC, putting all that together and saying, well, we need to stay there, we need to renovate it, or we need to look for an alternate location.
So we are doing, the facilities department is going to handle condition assessments, for lack of a better
with external
with
A&E firms.
With
correct. With
firms that you already have on call,
Yes.
right, for architectural, electrical, mechanical, all those pieces.
On indefinite delivery contracts, or if we need to let a particular contract, we can
And
do
then Public Pathways is going to review the strategic ed plan, review our safety and security plans.
With our employees in those areas, in other words, using them as a resource. They're the people doing the drawing up of the plan, the drafting of the plan, the writing of the assessment, and then drawing the assessments together.
Okay. Is it going to be similar to what the report that was created in 2006?
Well, I mean, it would be somewhat similar, but on a much smaller scale.
So maybe could I get a copy of that? And that way that would help me kind of
The
understand.
2006.
Well, that's when it said we utilize.
It's the one we use right now. We'll be glad to send you. We'll be glad to send you a 2006 one.
They started our first long-range
Yes.
facilities
Mhm.
plan. So,
And we've maintained an ongoing relationship with them. In fact, if you'll recall, I don't remember, was it last year or year before last when we did the day-long workshop out at Planning and Demographics?
right,
When was that, Betty?
yeah.
I couldn't hear you.
2017, yeah, yeah,
That was one of the people who presented to you at that time.
right, I remember that, yeah, okay.
So, and obviously, one of the advantages to that is they've had an ongoing relationship with the district since 2006 and provides support to planning and demographics during the annual revision of the long-range facility plan.
So if they are basically providing some kind of a, 5-year update, 10-year update, whatever you want to call it, to the long-range facilities plan, much like we do with the strategic ed plan, it sounds like, right? Will they then just look at our whole long-range facilities plan?
No, they're
For any
only looking
changes?
at these particular
Right.
older facilities.
These 10
They have a hand
10 or 11
to a degree
facilities.
in our annual plan every year.
Okay, okay.
I mean, that's the methodology we base it on.
And Dr. Royster, if I could add, Mr. McCoy and I have already gone with Public Pathways to some of these facilities, and Mr. McCoy has already had discussions with them about our academic focus and our moving forward, just so to help you understand that a little bit better.
Okay. And so that will come out as a kind of an independent facility study that would be presented, or will it be incorporated back into the long-range facilities plan and brought to us next year?
We'll likely do both. We'll present that individually at whatever time it's ready, and then we'll fold that into the long-range facility plan, whether it's this coming plan or the following year, depending on how quickly they finish it.
Okay, cool. So the last thing, could I get a copy of the scope that we use to contract for their services, just so I can?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, time is, are you through, Ms. Wells, or you still have some more questions? No, if we need some more, I know there's, Mr. Lewis has a few questions too, so I can go ahead and extend for 15 minutes at the most. Okay. Is that, how much time do you need, Mr. Lewis?
I don't need 15 minutes.
Okay, 5. Do you need some? Okay. We'll make it 10 minutes then.
Did you call him? With me? Okay. I just had a question on the last CAL meeting, or one of the earlier CAL meetings. A couple of folks gave testimony about Fountain Inn High School with some plans for some sidewalks and access to the Swamp Rabbit Trail.
Yes.
And I understood at that time that there was a miscommunication between those groups and the district, and we were going to seek out opportunities. I just wanted to get an update on, have we started that process of working with them to get those things added to this plan?
Yes, sir, we have. We actually had a meeting with Ty Huck, who's with Greenville County, and it's basically over the Swamp Rabbit Trail. He met in our offices. We looked at several options, potential options, even talked about some options that weren't even on our property. He got a better understanding of what we were doing, and we got a better understanding of what his ultimate goals were. He is to come back with us with some potential pathways that he wants to look at through our property. You're correct in saying that there was some miscommunication, but I think we've corrected all that and have that, lines of communications are open between the parties now.
Okay, so the next step is for the Recreation District to come back with a proposal?
Yes,
to
that's
the school district.
correct.
Okay, excellent, thank you.
Dr. O'Connor?
I know that, well, if you tell me we need to go into executive session for this, I will, but let's keep it just as long as we don't say any names. We've talked about the fact that there's someone who is interested in contributing toward an enhancement of the school, and I would like to ask if there's any, if we intend to have that conversation and try to resolve it prior to the time when the building starts, because it seems like that would be the appropriate thing to do, and I just wondered if that's the plan currently, to try to get that issue resolved soon.
I think the time to do that is when we get the bid back.
Correct, but in answer,
That's what I'm trying to.
in answer to your question, yes, we have had a meeting, and yes, we have discussed some options and some expectations from both sides, and we are continuing to have some conversations and refinement of some of those options.
Okay, so I guess what I'm saying is it correct, and he's saying, one timing point that I'm trying to figure out, is it correct that we will be able to resolve this so that this could be included at the same time everything is being included, rather than being perceived as sort of an add-on at a later point, which then it may or may not happen?
We're working to try to mesh the two together.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Objection, I'll turn it back over to the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Shamley. That finishes up building and grounds, and having no other items, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second. All in favor, please address by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? At this time, we will move into our special call meeting, please.
I'm a Baptist, I say amen.
Thank you. Our special call meeting was to immediately continue to follow right after the cow, and it's for approval of legal representation. So, with that being said, approval of legal representation, I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Webb.
Shall I make a motion? Go on.
Sure.
Well, with everything that has been discussed, let me just ask Mr. Webb if he would, because just depends. We may not need to go into executive session, but if we need to, we will. So, Mr. Webb?
Thank you. I've provided you information yesterday on this matter. The only thing I need to add here in public session is just the reaffirmation that both state law and board policy would require the district to provide legal representation for these two employees. So that's all I have to add right now.
So what the motion would be, the recommended motion would be, is to approve providing legal representation for for W. Burke Royster and Henry Jameson in accordance with board policy GAEA in the matter of 2019-CP-23-01770. And your letters were attached to this recommendation, but if you feel the need to go into executive session to approve those two people receiving representation, then we can. Mr. Lewis.
I'd like to make a motion that we go into executive session to receive legal advice.
Second.
Okay. At this, all in favor, please address by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? We will go into executive session. Okay. No action was taken, and we will proceed. There is a recommended motion from the administration. That's not right. Where's my sheet?
Here, I can read it.
I got it. I'm going to get you to read it because I do not have it.
All right. Sure.
I'll just make it, if that helps.
Okay, you got it right there?
I'd like to make a motion to approve providing legal representation for W. Burke Royster and Henry Jameson in accordance with Board Policy GAEA in the matter of 2019-CP-23-01770.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please address by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion passes, and at this time...
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second? All those in favor, please address by saying aye. Aye. I want to thank y'all for a great day, and meeting is over. Thank you.
I guess it's just all